Deliver us from vampires who will drink the blood of the nation and leave nothing behind. Bless our nation with good leaders. And for those that are there now, we thank you that you are helping them, that your grace and your wisdom is given to them to lead us forward into a good and a better situation. We give you thanks for your great wisdom that is now released into this nation. In Jesus' name, amen.
And I pay your mark about the bag Ghana Munties where we need 100.9. Yatena say your baby, your Jumania, your boy, your my Ghana, Manual 7 summer hodu ecoso. And there's a check it date tonight. And then your 22nd January the year 2025. Yeah, that trade up on your coupon say what boy who buying. Mamma sorry moja dear Frusan when you pay your man. Now said Uncle Tony at the Bemano. Yeah, my Ghana, you go so, and His Excellency John Dramani Mahamo go so to mind. Oguso at the Mono appointments in the air say ban there, but because period we moody a year period there's all the appointments in Ina. It is say appointments in the ban ever. But they said up my evangelist King David. Or the rise and shine Jume Diana upon for the brain. Elder Techi and a Kaya Bois. Sarah so and a year no trino. Yeshi a Zion River Chapel for a year of Fabian and Okenki. On any of Penny and Odano. On with the Mujaja. Empowered by a year Dr. Fashion. And also on the brain. Zion River Chapel out domain a year Topest Lord. Yes, so you're bringing a quamada ho. Mepa chow sorry, man, you're late. Sorry. A quobono siao. A quacobono siao, which I come and I can't see many do. I can't see many do in an unciambo. It may patch our Daramazona and it's a Kodana Subeco School. And could I know water bottle no at the same or one more lunch box no sanity and bibia womb, not trishim. The spoon the womb. And I bone a piano be wa pie baby. And one more pop one of Mr. Ron where you will come up. And will bear co school a man who you neat. Why? Man who you neat now I could not wait chasano. Or quite no munyam one account. But I'm on found. One more send a crown, and watch check in a year. Oh, if you are saying, I know you train a sinner. On Shada and Juchini year until I know when you come home. One more no me pacho, I check him, mammy. One more Mr. I check him, mammy. I ain't that gem or main home. Then we say, whoa, yeah, I'm a show one cassa when Munyam. And Yammy McJerry and Munyam never come here. Whoa, demon. Okay. Etia does a somebody a feeding what you are to her. And you're 100.9. Your wife for the town man so I'm a sancha make up the mouth for her. You what the one crater moon sem. And then some who do be brain near the bedroom. Meda say what you be fidie no. Yadi aseda me peace fmonline.com, cdnewsroom.com, myjoyonline.com. Check out ghana.com /FMGH plus fmonline.com. Any other relevant news portal. One more boy I bear from the town man so yade somehow do yade bre we need 100.9. Ebono say Ebeko peace 104.3. Yade kasi aboni yede kan kra yade be just one amount. Say Donald Trump wa tuna no mutuo. O say America one there. Or the executive order to so or say the only man oba ne be ma two genders. Or so oba ne be ma penonim say wo America. Nti LGBTQ nsem no. Donald Trump waka esisudia. The inaugural speech mo. Na Donald Trump kasa wie here no. Argument na bebre. Aye bebre. Because any pe bia dwen say ye man panyin John Dramani Mahama said the okasafo ahụ a webro wo position no. Enye no na all kan say sa na eri pe bia dwen o. Eti say ne de oguso ya appointment nti mu enya abotrema no. Say emra no de o ma ye ho adwuma awie o. Emra no de eti o de parliament enya de say eche. But me masama me so me kan for so many years no. Enu be na JD amosi asofo no kan say yes emra no be twa expire won be sign dia ko won be yemu adwuma there should be a review conference. Let just say your review no maybe no ne ade. Na twa to no kra na o kan say yetete ya many year kra na. Na kamera hu hia. Asem we me kan yen ne. Some mo follow me nyina asem nim. Because me say ye be shemra no mpokra na ye shemra na enye na wie yo because ye wo mra eti akro no ye wo mra eti akro no ba mafo bokro no eti anteti apa ye de be ma ye mofra yie pa ne titiriu ye no me de say yawe adwe eti de ameka mbiri bi atwam so many years ebra LGBTQ onsem so sorry ye no eno na JD ameka ne sem no de betwa ato no. It is Adian Yashamra no crana. Say your woman bebre, why your man was a main dear Bensika, so a mouth for dear Bensika. It's the same way Ebenya Mrase tia LGBTQ. And so it's the same in the same vein. A mouth for because why one better aye. Now Donald Trump did waka yes, waka because or no share humble. And then they work on the executive order not so. Eti ye betwe de ko doesn't mean say amanfo you one be one better ye. Okay, enti ano so won sebeda ho ye betwe eye vetting appointment committee for mo your parliament no eni omun samakodo a epiepie ye ko enim de yenhwe samakodo a edi ehim ewo abefo ententan homa no so na okoso a enye ize nsem wo ho pa nsem ewo ho appointments ne nso yebekenkan ne de amamo so far said ya enoma eko nti yen chance yen fan free ha babana trase ane de obonkrata mu semna to aso. Parliament approves Ato St. John Jinapo and Dr. Dominic Ayini as ministers. Parliament has approved the first batch of ministers nominated by President John Dramani Mahama following their vetting by the Appointments Committee. mepacho mrache bedwafo say woma dia tum ora kesela to forsen Dr. Dominic Ayene and bakuno kaon Honorable John Jirapo mepacho womo aje womatum eti akasa o mampanye beswai obeswa o no de aya afuna na sha omonsa na womakosho obakumase intent because you near that you you nibre kra you know so the other honey encounter conflict 50 suspects arrested in Don Soup. An operation conducted at Shiare in the Oti region on Wednesday morning resulted in the arrest of 50 individuals linked to the resurgence of conflict in Nkwanta. Abusame Pacho Nkwanta Oti region. Onse ehon so to trust am ekoso. And now so many people be yunum krewu. Na eno na posifo wo mukoye soup. Se posifo wo nkwan ne de ana wo mukoye a enam bia wom bia ye bechew. We ne nya nkwan so wo mukoye soup. We de so wo soup we ne kire se wo mugbo wura mukochechi amanfo. Nti wo mu wi normal scan wo ma screening. Wo a wo hu mo ne eja. Etu amakwa ya chinipa be 50 ni nyina ne fa eye nsensem ekoso nkwanta ho. Nkwanta South, Titru. 200 million released to support feeding of students in SHS. Felix Kwatiofosu, the spokesperson for President Mahama, has revealed that an additional amount has been released to support the feeding of students in various senior high schools across the country. Felix Kwatiofosu Diatuja say aben woma yi 200 million Ghana cedis. Woma de kwatwa say nkwada be ne aduane adi. Awo senior high schools no mo. Eti eno so de eda ho in the year. Now yakwaya nima no DCU will disrespect an MP under my tenure, local government minister. The minister designated for local government, chieftaincy and religious affairs, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, has issued a stern warning to district chief executives across the country, cautioning against any form of disrespect or sabotage toward members of parliament. It's one of my finest politicians, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, and Odia Tujay, or say, we a DC, say DC for Kwamunya, ma afina moko ko interview. Ibi kra ko interview, yini pa mi esa so ma panyin yibi. Na no Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim say, or no, we a DC na wunnim na wuni MPB ko kotwe a. The more di be di wo no. Ade na na enyo, ana mempuntuo no to ape. En fa wo say MP no free wa ban mu ana o free party, ana o free party. Mo your friend say, your friend DC any MP no na mo ye adwuma bomo. MP ni a part of the assembly or your ex-official member of the assembly. Inti, I don't know Ahmed Ibrahim says, I didn't do so. I will continue with DRIP project. Ahmed Ibrahim, the minister designated for local government and chieftaincy, religious affairs, has vowed to prioritize the continuation and effective implementation of the district road improvement program, DRIP, if confirmed by Parliament. The Parliament did to my drip, no, or bed drip pa, or bet was no drip ye. Na yet may ye acquire patam near the end of BBI Timacoso. And some of the bro yadi said, my piece at formalize.com, citynewsroom.com, myjournal.com. Check out Ghana.com, Star FMGH, any other relevant news portal. I'm a Sancha make Quabrama for Geneva. You're quite the many after the Oboncrat almost. Quabramache. Now to say, Nyame adom eja egu so kakra akra. Befa. Ye who dro you punu ye ho.
We ye dro. Draw on more as I say, yeah. One yena. What time I dear way bet you on my I said do. A draw a paraffin. Draw papa manga so say.
But what doing me doctor knows me call no kind, mum. Me catch them.
Some credit. Say me.
That is where they I said a cabinet year did me.
Oh, that be I no credit.
Me catch them.
I dear be on more, my Jerry. No matter. You don't have to joke with it.
Yes, it's true.
Yeah.
Okay. I say, hey, risky. I say at your age, said it and let me say, hey, I did weekend. I said that Kwabena no damn.
Oh, that say yes, yeah, and what they are na yehuno. Enti pa say me say dear, there be say radio or theater me cry say ebi
Samo
David.
It would make one once a maca.
Shanaka,
yeah. Okay, come on,
yo. Abusia for ye titi abeti anane no. Ye the telegraphic the bokrata na mamu atiama mo akwaba. Enra appointment ni bibaye. Na sa appointment ye baye no wode wonfoni abeto anum sei. Samuel okuje tabra kwa foreign affairs. Muntaka Mubarak ko Minister of Interior. Kwabena minta kanon so ko Minister of Health. Dr. Edward Omanebuama ono so ko asoya ya friend say defense wakwa kwahwe so. Onabu arukopoku wode ne mfoni abeto an wate say wode time ye nu biba eno na ebe sesa Ghana ya agriculture no kura. Ya se cash flow so Anna Ekripus senior high school full supply. Education minister yabonidin and waka asemi. Was the appointment in the biaba 17 more ministers in the adu omudiyaba. Cabinet secretary, 9 presidential staffers. So far so good. Sani pay and waiting about betuto ida. Na Ghanaian publisher the Democrat and animuha. His Excellency Don Dramani Mahama ni krom ya bole. Adesi ni biya ya ndi sifuasu wa munti asye. Ada na mrashabeto ni nwanya appointment ntu wa mujito boy no. Anya po sifuan kwa musi ya japadia ni niyama bebre. Yasi new boss empty. En wa preji wasuwa beme wanu mwaya kona. Na etumaye uhonso ebeye kama se. Afanya Markins and walk at the politicians say, Obian share the fridge na poho. A son said in a puff one, Omuyamino. A coup and this a coup MPP. A woman's woman ya tamfo, Omuyanianum. Some lion for you temperament agency for staffs no. Yasua my return 20,000 Ghana cedis at the Akoma owners ya a walk tamale. Ghanaian Times the Democrat and animha. Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim or the Nymphony Abatua or ya swafu ayaboni din say o mesen krasim puntuani na memuoswo. Wasu oba generate massive revenue and the free property rating and tokuato na nsen kofo ntua ntokuato kura anti ya ba be semkena ne agitiska bebre e de eguaman no kofesim. Nana ya janto a wadi nimfoni abatoa sisi a waya presidential staffer wane 10 apprentice ka ho ene yabo wo nimdin 15 years na akwada no wedre ka soa yesoa ya man no wosa enti ye jelinu a wo kwa akodem 12 month appointment ni bia babie eye 17 ya de aba peso Samuel Nate George wa ha ena Samuel kuje tabla akwa omunyinanya aswafo dibre. The Chronicle the Democrat ananim ha womutasa zumlaye adwumayeni bi waya hwana sese wohu 20,000 Ghana cedis ya dafom wode kosa munsusa ni wuramfama no na nnam saade ya wopeni ya yenti enkofo kyerese nyame nsira no ebinum kura asase a womuta nade esanse de oyeye no nyame so adwuma. Emra sebedafo ekwa asetena no aswafo nsia womaji wonu atumse womu nkoyi womaduma. Lebanon Secondary School and wo mu say red flag bi awrezi wo ho esan say enipa bi akwati ho no mu aboso a said the nkesese adwuma no kɔ no entumi enkɔ ne saa. The new crusading guide enim ha enra na meka kire mo say wo mu say 3 million Ghana cedis asase bi a wo mu ton yenti kowu abene na nanom ayemfo edentokwa abetu wo num ntem. Cassius versus Rep or Ghana. Yasi Ghanaian arbitrator bi ya knocking off. Appointment ni biaba wasi adisi a wo bole ebra wo mu antu wo mu mra sebetani din no wo mu di toboy so wo mu kwa akosese niama ITEC CFI and wo mu condemn we say ya beto aba ya to aba no awie na nipa bewuo de wo mu tese nya de penti esese edom wasuko and then so UEFA Champions League no ebi ewo ho mebobo so ede amamu yekoba Daily Despatch enim ha Jais Bawa Mutali Standogbe Bavurolate any nipa bi aka ho yama wonu appointment. Former MP eye Jogate isi a wotra de ewo law faculty wose emrasebejafo salary no ensa da nurse bi asa o MPs no eye 15,000 Ghana cedis yamantepe enti sa wo ba bewura politics mu a aya think twice yo enya te se bia bibi da honom a eye gold wa wo kwa akosesa da bi enti wo bewura politics mu a na wagene hu mienu inside the democrat anenim ha appointment garo His Excellency John Dramani Mahama ogusu a wadi asoafo ni bi eka ho Abrantie Samijemfi onna waye MT Emma PMMC waso mu beye adwuma kama na de mpuntuo aba owura David Pese wadi ni mfoni abeto anim say na daily satellite anim ha Honorable Erikopoku oya soafo ayeso machine nuane ene akudwuma so eye operation feed yourself obia beye emfuo kakra woni mfitire said ye beye wono ankasa betumi edidi ho yesi wi no aye start say ye nua yenton no afibia de $1 billion ena edibegu ye kofesim. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and wo console we Reverend Wengam and nebusua waso ma wonum yaako NDC aban and supporto non-partisan election eye MMDCs Ahmed Ibrahim na di asemi tuja kasoa akwada no aso onkodem 12 month no ode ho asem aba daily analysis anim ha yaso owura kwasi sapon ene oye acting commissioner Ghana Revenue Authority nti anti-Julie wa resign Samia ukusi wa bo His Excellency John Dramani Mahama baso se na memwe mabunu no na doso na we ya sapa ya sasa politicians ni sua Randy Abe sisi on na chief executive officer Emma Cocoa Board ebusia kasi edi agini de tia ebe hye esue fra ebe ko peace 104.3 FM so ena ye da ukuada na watunu atemmiyinu Magdalene was Martina Konya will need 100.9. We will be right back.
Sinkonya edebesomo kasieboyi etwa ne ho ediafa hello 101.5 yewadum ewokumase yeba enkran ha se ye okay 101.7 neat 100.9 yenyina yewo shift kesiemu ewo abeka junction Ghana hania mano ni radio stations ahodo pi ene wo nyina ka bomo efa kasieboya to apete wiase amade shepe ankoma wo mo enye bi etie ena no pay ensemo yede esomo no nia edimo akoten ebene ekuo bi dia baba tudwa civic forum initiative wo mo say about wachi ensensem no ebrani nie yenhwe na won wudi nsemone fo famra kwanso oswafo ayabo ni din se won kohwe nkrase amemoni mpuntio eso ede atudwa ese ontena se nyenhwe ha emma DC ene abankra chimpanyimfo bia yemfa emrahebedwafo enim entieti afom opani odadom kuma no Ghana mrahebedwafie de atudwa se kwan amampani eyi na soafo no
encheye papa.
Ghana Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists woman so babonten ede abetu dwa abo honorable Kwabnaminta Akando abaso se omo ogidie mapa wonimu se wo ba adwuma no obeyi amaso ani.
Hotel bi ewo Turkey mem na arawosama yensa kan se eja ato hotel nim amanipa aduoson ensia 76 ahwewonko.
Sanso na US abrochimemo eye mampanyi Donald Trump waba bontedi abebetu dwa ese wohwe na eniema womkra ana China for edifro mu memo eba oman US mu no womo de eto 10% biaso efri February bosomemo
yekoye nima na ye ka musenyumeko bi na ebu echidoma ye dia no pa no nsia ka se bu ibramo kivo what purpose eye no kretru do mokwehyew se wonya bi na wo de bon kwan a ene ejai enkwan be de papa enkwan bi ona de yo na echire na enyan mokwankom kivo hot pepper them with the shito ebefa e the amount JA Binding Company Limited say enokre sisi ade ahoni die obi ape enche na woko chance mo abu enfi ani kosu enhom kwasi boni from James na JA Binding ede bind 20 disinfectant odi aba na Ghana faso mse kwan ye didi djuma edwaye ejare emiamie nyina ura John apia Binding ene wa gene doctorate e de abona tato se pam che friend Dr. J.A. Binding ono na djuma ko na de J.A. Binding Company Limited a o de bind 20 disinfectant de aba Gabriel kana ho te yentenenka number be frɛ 0243 104 883 and 0541 8080 96 medima fu di amamo e o yare kwan so se ade bedo ko na duwa ihu se kum wawu akode empare medimafo eba ene jane naso eboa se de be odasani yade bia ye kwankwa beso aso se ukotodwe osasabro wani subiriw okaka na aba etwo ene hawo enia ni nyina ye 0244 774 282 0500 7272 15 midinde achankwana na menumbremu na amofidua ode hye wedi ankan kwam yeboa enafi
mame biamakwafo Africa sebono enchemu ene oswafo a yaboni din se wonko hwenkrase amamuo nananom ahemfu dwumadie ene asomo gitahudi ahodo eso eye honorable Ahmed Ibrahim na onya enko yempo no wadikan eto bokoko ede ama womo a yehwe ni mu se yebeyi won amoma beye abaikra chimpanyufo nyina free Ghana tifia na afo apo yatoye ese womo ensoso sebe mpen bia anase dru ebri bia obehwe na DC ene ne MP womo tiado wanoma so ese den entokwa utwema mentwen ene sa ne ma no wo se wono na penso onsoso sa de no so de bia da wo ya baikra chimpanya hwese woni mrahye bedwane e wo ho no mo no ebedi kasubom na anamontuo bia mu no motuo bom na sanka bomu na aye adwuma sansa no na gina so betimi di mpuntuo aba empotamo a mo wo no na sa moyensa mo ba yatwema mentwede a ene ono so tumi a wo no obekire pa
for DCs and members of parliament to be able to have frequent meetings for us to understand our various job descriptions. But I've been agreed. There were instances where MPs were caged in Accra for over 9 months. They couldn't go to their constituencies in the name of doing parliamentary business. So if that understanding is not given to DCs while the MP is here doing national assignment, the DCA will be rapidly or radically destabilizing the member of parliament. When that one happens, it is not the MP you are fighting. You are fighting the very seats you are sitting on as DCs. When DCs are made clear to the DCs and the MPs, I think there will be peace. Finally, Mr. Chairman, DCs who sabotaged their MPs in the last elections couldn't win. As a group, there were many complaints where DCs were sitting on the common fund of their MPs.
Na wamanaso ono mwa efa district road improvement program drip mfidia abandada no edeba yese yempota mwa kwanya hodoa anwene ne se no yemfa enwere so ne ade no wose oba obehwe se kwanya omonam so etosa mfidie ni nyina obebu hu akonta.
District chief executive watching me. workers in the Ministry of Local Government watching me will testify that they have no records of any agreement of the DRIFT project, and they have no program inventory of all the DRIFT machines. This is a challenge because it was highly procured at the big house, that the office of the president. So that brought a problem, and therefore, one, there is no management contract. Two, there are no means of spare parts. Three, there are no committees established to take care of them. So if you go, it is fraught with a lot of challenges, and therefore, if given the nod, together with my brother who used to be in the ministry, and together with my team who will be the technocrat at the ministry, we will all work together to make sure that the DRIFT program materializes.
Nekrakra mu no ena ode etu dwache mu se MDC anasa bankra chempanyufo a beto wo so aba no wo so otaye chiripa anasa wo foa so pa na mom no maye nye ne se amanyosem se bi amanyoko we nkrofoni amanyoko we nkrofoni obi a ubetimi aba na kwa aba begina ne ato so aba no akwa akosi aban ko no anemu anasa manfo no anemu e wo mpese ano so
that MDCs must be elected. The second question is, I disagree that it must be done on partisan basis, and that is the bone of contention between the two sides. We said MMDCs must be elected on non-partisan basis, and you said they must be elected on partisan basis. We sold these two views to Ghanaians. We had 184, you had 88. It means Ghanaians totally agree with election of MMDCs on non-partisan basis. And I believe that if there's any time that this should be done, it should be now.
Ene awoti yi eye openya ya boni dinse onkoda inkrasem mu ne mpumpuntio nananom ahemfo na afenso na somu ahodo mu dwumadie onkoda saso ye na no honorable Ahmed Ibrahim odi we to dwa bra okopie mu e wo vetting committee enim enra William Gentu ene bo ansemi anobai
yako ensemfufo mo peni odadom kumana no Ghana mrahye dwafie orunyafo Alexander Afenyoma Aken odi ato Ghana fo nyanim se Ghana mampani John Dramani Mahama ekwan ofa so opa asoafo momadeda Ghana enyunyuma ni asoya no nkrenie encheyi yenti resika no.
I agree with you that Mr. President has the prerogative, but that prerogative, as you again said, must be exercised within the ambit of the Constitution, and that is provided for by Article 35. Mr. Speaker, my observation is well founded. So far, we have had chief executive appointments. These chief executive appointments to state-owned institutions have no regional balance. These appointments have no regional balance. The appointment to ministerial office thus far cannot be said to have a fair representation. I've already argued the gender imbalance. I've already made that argument. I will not go there. We have Western region. We have Central region. We have Greater Accra, which is predominantly made up of Gans and Adangwes. We have Volta region, generally made up of Evers and Norths. How many of them have been appointed into this government?
Owie ye no ena ononyamfo no ena woye mrahye dwanima adehyewo ada abato mpeso aso enso eritu dwa se de ononyamfo Alexander Afenyoma Aken o kanone ne nya adwen sanse Ghana mampani John Dramani Mahama na bedi echi kwa oyoba.
His Excellency John Dramani Mahama promised 60 ministers, and he's supposed to take 50% of the ministers from this chamber, more than from this chamber. And we have 15 regions. So if even one region is given two to be 32. So if every region is given 2, and he has given Greater Accra 2. He has not finished with his appointment yet. What is the big deal? Because Honorable Sam George is Dangwe. Honorable Namomo is a Gan. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama lives in a Gan land, and he gives that respect to the Gans and appreciates the growth he got in the Gan land, and he is going to do the needful. So please, do you fear some?
ononyanfo comfort do awoye na shebe dwani made hyewo adan na motene nka no William Gentu ene yenu Emmanuel Akoli na de amani bre
Ghana Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists womo so krata epiemu na krata womo de epia bonten no enyo womo nko a womo ene Council of Presidents of Ghana Federation of Allied Health Professions na smo mo kanyina ne se womo eda mampanyi His Excellency John Dramani Mahama asepa ena afenso no womo emma Honorable Kwabena Minta Akando etiri nkwa si aboni din se onkoda apomden asoye no ano womo kyerese womo ogidie mapapa ewo Honorable Akando emu wo hwe ne modern bo na ho keka titu bra no ye ranking member on select committee on health mashebedwafie wo hwa na muntu ahodo wotu ye hwe se apomden asoye no ebetimi agina ne nan so no anye wo mo nwanwa kora se mampanyi aboni din se onkoda apomden asoye na no wo mo ogidie mapa ewo ne mu ese wo baba ye apomden soafo a wo bra wo vetting committee no agina tumu a wo behwe aboa ama apomden asoye no how bebreba edokro wo mo no wotimi aba beso no ede amomo na sede ebeboa ama apomden asoye na ayekra behwe ewo maimo no sa pepepe ena wo mu gidi se oba beye no eto wo mo bompa ya srese bra wo beko vetting no bibia beko so toten smooth pa na wo mo agina tum no mo agini tum so a wo mo so ayekra do awiata so wo mo twen no wo ba wo mbeta na chi aboa no ama ne susuye ne ni so ade hunu ema apomden asoye ni nyina etimi abem Solomon D.Y. Kwashi ya oye General Secretary Eda Ghana Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists ano ena Dr. Shiraz Ishahiku ono so eye President ya Oda Council of Presidents of Ghana Federation of Allied Health Professions ano wawmi enu nwomonsa eshesa krateyi ase
yetwa kasebonu so a Civic Forum Initiative penifon so de krata be pia bontia de woka nyina ne se aba yeto no afie twemu no na ewiase nyina rese Ghana ya gidi wo kabina menka bi ewa bibimemu hei ye bekoso adi ahini ampedi ampa sa pepepe ene koi yeto aba ni we a ekire din nemum no ade ba akwa eboa epa ne se Civic Forum Initiative se kane mampani abedi eche Dr. Laji Mahmoud Bawumia ba oba bontin kwesera no petututu bi ebeka kire Ghana fo se one ne MPP mpenfa keka abanu sunsanso abom no mukika bom no bibia di adanse se imprempre mampani John Dramani Mahama wadin kunima titimukura entwokase wo twentwen so emwa to agya tum se MPP amanyuko na wodi omanim ekọ okunanim no enya anyeyi ede ne ho agim wose anu achi no ade ba ko esa abo enso se ye mampani eye John Dramani Mahama enso ba bonte beka kire ND sekitafo bi asabre no oye wadwen so de Ghana na be hwom nsem no ototo hye eye institutions na wo hye electoral commission dan bi edi eniamo bi no wo munyina munya asade no oche no so eboy pa oche miamia bi tise Ablikumanov ensema esi wo no ese fata se yato abe nyina awie ne nei Ghana mampani John Dramani Mahama absumbiaba na odi ne hinse mampani nogu so pa na so afo no we ni braisi etwe ni hwe yachi na nwoma ankoye emrante ne mabawa sebe oje onokwa su eni ban edetale o manim omoma so no mu din se mo ne no eni gwanse mo fo mo totroto esi etimi ma emra eni o mu di o mu kirema Sabri na Attorney General Department and a Ghana Police Service was also moke come home na nipa enka eya na mamoso na hoye aba Ghana wabatu ne chino yedio mofa emra kwan so sa ensembwe Angela Dwamina Abuaje chairperson Civic Forum Initiative wono na nsasha se eno wura akwasi Jona head of advocacy and industrial relationship wono ensosha etimasebi
Utie kasebo Peace 104.3 ye dan ye ho agenkratso aba ye ba amanone ensem enetwaso
254. Amen Scientific Herbal Hospital.
So wakoma ho hyehyew ana ebo periperi de broni kan hardware no a ede na sese wo ye na se wo yam so atim so
wo be packing a farmer Martin's liver salt tira kwai entem ehye nsu agu glass mo ate Martin's liver salt no ba kwa no na wo de agum
wo be hu se ehuru wa glass ni mu na wanom Martin's liver salt ye won orange flavor ana ba ko so ye plain
wonu mu a ho beto na mum edi na anu na ho nto wo a ko hu doctor amefo de mu ka
Tune it in, turn it up,
Peace FM,
and rip off the knob.
I was now for your core amanone ensememuna US minor emu and ano juada ena waya mamrani amania sonko ede mampanyi Donald Trump esi akonya so na dedi kan ya woye odi mampanyi ena ode nensa ehye krata asese February bosume no no enema wo mokra efri China mewa na China for ede ba US memu no wo de eto ohama bupen edu ebia so na wo mukiremu se enema hodro bi a wo de free Mexico eko Canada eno so wo mo hwe ho asem aka sanso ena ogina so friends enhwefo enhia mu ena mampanyi no anamo a wotuo bia ewo US man mu ne enkrato ode ne sai hyase ene ade nyina no wasa se prison for mienu bi anase prison for a wo so a wo ekogu efiase ebra pintem bi ekoso na memo edikan epenso no de o ma to din capital riot no emu mienu obehese wo ebeja wo mo na o chese ebra wo mutu na de so no otwero nkrata bebre besa pema hensia ede koise nka mpanyumfo hwe na wo mutimi enya wo mo nanso wo amfinde si a wabaidie ojai emu emienu na wohwe a emra wodo pi ena mampanyi de edikan a o hyase ebu oman no wode ne sa ahyehye hyase a wo behwese ni nyina nkakra ebeye adwuma
arawusama yensa ka free take abrochimem so ni se eye abronsan bi eye hotel abronsan a chese etoaso maaku edumienu abronsan no womde ntabo enomde ye chesom do mbeka se wooden but ha never ntabo na ntabo yomde ye esiamafo ko hotel pa na ho anika holiday du se na manfo ba bia kwata kwadwomani a sa hotel na no muta akro na womse eye abronsan no ntabo abronsan de etoso edumienu 12 tori no eno muze ejabe agitre no mtine ejabe ni ntabo so de Ghana for munim eja so mu se widi edere papa kan se de o man nti se cyber ni bi no eni ejaye edere se buruburu enti enipa ahenu eni eduasa enan 234 eno mo sa hotel wa eja o mo jojo mo ho ebi dwale swimming pool ne bi so wiki bab ne bi wi chinchinga to mo ti se eja na tomu no eni we he window mu se eja na ebei ohuri se kwam enipa mi nu hrifi fai 12 ro AC from omu tuwe kum yanom eji kroma nkabiem omawu menemo ka say de interior ministry omahwe manwensem so ewo Turkey ade abetu dwa say sa eja na to abronsan ni mu no enipa aduoso ensia 76 ene mprempren omu ahwere omu nkwa Grand Qatar Hotel awo bolu eye Turkey abronchimem ena maniyesi ya chi nipa nkron emu baako a hotel ne dianso no oka nipa ya chom no
Kasiebono esi ensema to dwane edimu akote ebi enese oswafo ayabo ni din se onkohwe enkrasem mu ni mpuntio eso honorable Ahmed Ibrahim enro kopie mu elvete committee enim ede atudwa eso ono na penso de ontna se ementa wantawan sore ewa bankra chimpanyimfo ena afinso no emrahebedwafo entem sanso na Ghana Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists wo mo de krata babonten ebo mampanyi abaso ena afi wo mo ema honorable Kwabna Minta akando etinkwa se yaboni din so mehwe apomden asoye no eso yadamu nyina ase amammo eniti
yana monte yenka kasebodum yeme na na wo fedua ode hyekronkron achenkwa na menum bremu asona piesie wodi ankan kwa me yeboa ena afi
mame biama kwafo
enyuma wei eneta yechi ena anopei ewo kasebonim J.A. Binding Michel Dr. John Apia Binding Ono eno DJ Binding Company Limited aba Binding 2020 baby e bon e wojare ne washrooms ni abre na aso taase so ni veranda so etwem J.A. Binding abam sire na se Gabriel oye warm up number ni 0541 808096 momo modi anko ayasabia ukwa obema time a ho beto dokota time da so oso ma bre se osasa boro ukotodwi wani su biribiri untime etwetwon no dokota time da so de nkoba tena be pim poko ase mayira the number ni 0500 727215 0500 727215 muni di na monumo na babro naka sabe mpreders empenifo se ye fon pan ye fen sha ben eno ni so wudi didie mokowum ejimana ni moja na ma papa bi kivo hot pepper mokosho pepper dem with the sheto ema momunity a amene.
Welcome to Wednesday morning.
Peace FM. Ghana muntie na mansanya so adawro kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM.
Ghana muntie Ghana muntie Ghana muntie Ghana muntie.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no hwade no. Twem so betumi a. Asew. Now beka. Ya jon to mami ensa duku portmanteau. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afibia so beri ni waware ni a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Asew. Wo den kan no tumu ho. Me be mo anu nso wo hye kwa dia ka ho. Wo hwade a wapi ho. Wo ka sa batete e da fom won. This way chocolate drink.
Kra cha be baba ware.
Asew.
Ye fi ase this way chocolate drink ya sorry no pa no ne yenom ye be hye fridge nom no se snack ye nya hoho a no ne de serve wo mo ye didi wie ne ye pe bibia bogu ya de so a this way chocolate drink ne yenom and this way no ti ano a he se kire wom koko wom brick wom bibia wom ade wo hia ne so hye
this way chocolate drink
de wo hia ani so hye
FDA ahwe se adwede nkratoe mo agye atum se eye.
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think specialized. Special Ice Natural Mineral Water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Ghana muntie Ghana muntie Ghana muntie Ghana muntie
Ghana muntie na mansanya so adawro kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM.
after sustaining various degrees of injuries is most regrettable. President John Dramani Mahama has already ordered a full-scale investigation into the incident. Following this incident, we in Parliament have noted a desperate attempt by the MPP minority in Parliament to politicize the matter. The MPP falsely claims that there is a so-called upsurge in political violence in the country. They also created a misleading impression that the unfortunate demise of the miners is as a result of political violence. The NDC Majority Caucus in Parliament condemns the desperate attempt by the MPP Minority Caucus to politicize the unfortunate development in Obuasi. Instead of sympathizing with the bereaved families and applauding government proactiveness, the NPP minority is dabbling in cheap politics. Ladies and gentlemen, it is obvious that MPP is yet to recover from the shock of its monumental defeat, and as such, they are engaging in cheap politicking. We urge them to come to terms with the resounding defeat that they suffered in the last election and allow the 2 weeks old government to steer the affairs of state in line with the mandate of the people of Ghana. Finally, we wish to assure the people of Ghana that pursuant to the directive of His Excellency the President, impartial, timely, and efficient investigation would be carried out in due course in the matter that has just happened at Obuasi. And the NDC does not subscribe to violence. We want to assure the people of Ghana once again that the NDC Majority Caucus stand ready to work with the MPP if they so desire to work with us, in ensuring that whatever we do, we will together help the people of Ghana recover from the massive economic shackles that they've left behind. Thank you very much.
Yes, I'm speaking. So what I'm saying is, with respect to Order 97, the first deputy speaker has already crossed that hurdle. He gave short explanation to it. So I think that one is a... So let me, Honorable Dafiamepo, let me hear you briefly, and then I come to it and you move on.
Speaker, very, very grateful. Speaker, this is a house of records, no procedure and rules. Indeed, my brother, upon the submission by the chair of the appointments committee and the first deputy speaker, insisted that he appropriately invoked 97.3. And the issue is that I was hoping he would have submitted forcefully that there's no evidence of that brief explanatory memorandum being given. I was hoping that he would have insisted that there's no such evidence before the House. But the chairman of the committee insisted that in invoking 97.2, he elected to give that short explanatory explanation in respect of the memorandum. So I think the issue is about what will constitute that brief explanation or short explanation. It's up to this House to decide. But whatever it is, once he submits that, as part of his presentation, the short explanation has been given, then my brother should accede that then 97.2 has been satisfied. So there will be no need to now invoke 97.3. It is when 2 has not been complied with that you invoke 3. With all due respect to him. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yes. Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I have followed the discussions on the floor. I respected Senior at the bar, the first Deputy Speaker. Mr. Speaker, he's done 23 years or more at the bar. His law is solid. His courtroom practice comes with excellence. I respect his views. I believe that sometimes when we are young, our approach may not be the way the elderly would want to approach things. So I can understand how he feels. And I would say that when we meet at the coffee area, I'm sure my respected colleague and junior at the bar and junior in the house would find space to further engage you, and I'll facilitate that. But that notwithstanding, colleagues, this is an opportunity for us to manage ourselves. Best practices will require that where you hold a different view, you make a forceful submission and use the word or the phrase, I disagree, with respect. So you never say somebody is wrong when it comes to a debate. But Mr. Speaker, this matter was brought to the fore by our respected colleague Kojo Oponkroma this morning, which is good. It's been a good teaser, and I'm happy it's been explored. I always tell people that the best way to develop our standing orders will be to tease it out and encourage a healthy debate on same. So it's good that today, or the 97 has come to the fore. In fact, the respected Honorable Ayariga, who sooner than later will assume the black seat, actually took us through some intellectual debate. And I nicely chickened out when I realized that my arguments were very weak, and I found a way to invoke jurisprudence, Mr. Speaker. You know how we survive when things are difficult. So I was going around and all. But anyway, that's the beauty of democracy. So I'm sure Honorable Ahiafo, our respected colleague, Bafo, has taken a cue. Please, it's good you didn't take the matter too serious. But I'm sure in future he would find a better way of disagreeing with you and take it as it is. Forgive and forget. Is that okay? Yes. So you take it that it's misconceived, it's withdrawn. And in its place, the appropriate phrase is that he disagrees with you. Mr. Speaker, I shall...
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I hope the reports have been distributed. Have the reports been distributed? Very well. If the reports are yet to be distributed, honorable members, honorable member, you need to catch my eye. Honorable member, you need to catch my eye, please.
Speaker, reports have been generally distributed. The leader just walked in. If he hasn't
so fine. So that's why I just wanted to find out whether the reports have been distributed.
Honorable members, may you take your seats.
Why?
Leadership, please take your seats first.
Ghana Muntie, Ghana Muntie, Ghana Muntie, Ghana Muntie.
Please, leadership, you help the chair to manage the house. Honorable members, new leaders who are here to take the right side of leadership. It's you, together with the minority, that will help the chair to manage the house. So please, let's bear in mind that we are here to do government business and to work for Ghana. So let's help each other so that once we come here, you'll be able to progress whatever is ahead of us. But before I will invite any member to speak, kindly allow me to turn you to page 2 of today's order paper, item listed 4. Honorable members, page 2, item listed 4. Message from the President. We have received a message from the Presidency, of which message I'm going to read to the House. Nomination of ministers for parliamentary approval. In accordance with Article 78(1) and 2561 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, 1992, I submit through you, Mr. Speaker, to Parliament for your prior approval the names of persons attached hereto I intend to appoint as ministers. The nominees' credentials and records of service demonstrate their competence to support the government's agenda and serve the people of Ghana effectively. Attached are their curriculum vitae and supporting documents for vetting. I trust that Parliament will expedite the approval process in accordance with constitutional requirement. Accept, Mr. Speaker, the assurance of my highest consideration. Signed, John Dramani Mahama, the President of the Republic of Ghana. And it was addressed to the Speaker of Parliament, and the names are regional ministers: Posing Charles Ruanga for Upper West Region, Joseph Ade Akwaboa for Bono Region, Francis Owusu Entry for Bono East Region.
Yamma Kwabede Bagana Mutia Sobonit 100.9. And then the 22nd of January, the year 2025. The radio say Yeah, the trade up on your coupon say. Say, or the Ababe drew this level. The Obankrat almost 7 or how bad from 20 time, and so her. Ama sancha me kwabra for so aha. Eti atena say ye ba be bo ejoma dia boa your mind. A lot of appointments ekoso. Appointments do na ekoso. Na ebenum so se wo MP enya bi bole bamboy na mo ade na mo go eza mebu na wo bole bamboy Okay, yanko animina yanka sama hodo ewo kwara me mo akwaba. Yes ma.
Bibi aboko de.
Dami ado chale eguso.
Ade ase.
Na appointment no so say ba na e ba o.
Yeah. Omuguso.
Yes.
Omuguso. Unya appointment no de anyade.
Na ejuma no.
Yes, ejuma no.
Agro any form. Yes.
Yeah. Yes, kasa tenten toponko.
That's all.
Ponko ni siwo. Obeta to. Nejai kasa tenten bebrebe no.
Anazo obeto anu akoro.
Aha, obeto anu ato. Enti for now, dear, we will just congratulate them. Ubia yamu appointment, congratulations. But we will make sure that you work for the benefit of Ghanaians. We will make sure that you, the minister, you work for the benefit of Ghanaians. Dear Ghana for ya hoto. Dear Ghana for ya juma. Dear Ghana for chisha ne se ne sempo anka pre kura no. Okodwa so a obi tumi dia to bibi dia bedie. Ye nyina mo nka ne agina so. Ye tumi kwa ye nyuma so tumi ba. Obia wa hoto. Obia wo bambo. Enijie obia nya bi. Ma jari dia chisha no.
Yeah.
Ye dia ye danse ya maame awo ni yenye nua. Say ye man wan appointment senti ana me kasa ne say ye nse nipa ni mu naten. Si wo betumi aye ana wontumi nye no eye bre na be kire. Sometimes kurampo yetumi ma obi etese timsi ubon say obekọ akoto player bi aboden expectation na da form team. Uban so obekọ akoto player bi low. Eno kro obekọ akodi ni loan no wode aba. Na player no ISL. So me ana me ka me brofo. It's just a matter of time. Yema ye ho break kakra. Na amfo ena kire ne nto aso. Na this year wo mo wo bole.
Yeah.
Majari womu MP no mo ekana asem ne say.
E dey me hwe ne dey no.
MP no, I say me hu no.
Mate say MP no tu omofo because when there say MP ne tene kapa. Say yante won ka ye be amanfo adwen say.
Otaye kire.
Yes.
Ma me hwe ne dey na me kan kire. Me ye sure say and say be nyamuta wakilo.
Oh, Debbie. On the Mutawakili, they say we ho. Your friend say, John Jinapo. No, Abu Jinapo. Abu Jinapo. Constituent.
Person sheni pani.
Yeah, you Oliver boy.
I'm say Alhaji Yusuf Suleimana.
Suleimana, yes. Yusuf Suleimana.
Alhaji Yusuf Suleimana. Where there? Honorable Alhaji Yusuf Suleimana, Bole MP. The air cosway no. One sa na ubia can say, ona otayechre. Esan say, emrantia no adia umo ye no. Umo ye edie favor.
Yeah.
Inti as quickly as possible,
no, yeah.
You have to talk to them. Say eye wo, say enya wo, eni wo monkasa. Na appointment no, Majari, enye ize sao. Nipa epa appointment no edoso. Ena sabio, that is the reality. Untumi satisfy womu nyinada. It's not possible. Ebi kura ya wonam fofo untumi satisfy womu nyina. Ebi kura ya wabusuafo untumi satisfy womu nyina. Ebi ya wonam fofo, ebi ya wo party fo, ebi ya nipa wonim won. But untumi satisfy womu nyina nti esese sankofo ni nyante ase se. Majari Minister of Health nipa dodo asenya baako.
Yeah.
Baako pen wo betumi aye minister. Untumi nkoyi nipa bebre se ministers. Apaswa di ni baako. Ebi kura mpo a na nko wotirimu papa bi Edma Suleimana. Ba de yamu ye. De yamu ye. Inti Majari inti nko mu nya abotre kakra bi ankenye. Omunya abotre kakra bi ankenye. Minister si se fen wo guso a wo yi.
Yeah.
Inti wonuru baby ya.
Oh, ministers in the wodru baby because wonuru baby. I don't know you 60.
Majari yes, but
still 42.
But ejuma no bebre wo ho. Obetu ye na bia
ministerial appointments no na enye chenchena say.
Yes.
I just say because they say na deputies no na akwakoka.
Enti wo munya abotre. Omunya abotre. Na wo betumi untumi satisfy wo munyina asa. Because we deceive yaba be appointment. We deceive yaba be appointment. Hey. Ani papa yi wada ni. JDM Majari wada beda. Hey, because nipa bebrebe. Obia pa appointment. Untumi nso satisfy wo mu nyina ma ni nye yie. Majari ayade. Enti na ya na metimi ba bi din no. Ote wo ba bi ya din but ye wo binim wo hono mo a empenisi ye di jano a ne ye di asoa wo. And me did say JDM he has seen the good, the bad and the ugly. Inti na appointment bi a wo ye bia no me did say carefully selected and na wodi wo mu to sa dibre no because want to me nkomo wo bia so say want to me nkomo wo bia so say say nkofo a wodi wo mu di nkofo a wo mu any daso se wo mu disappoint no enti na me ka say too early yama wo mu bre kakra na yense de Ghana fo hia no ahoto odi ahoto bre ya ne ya emfa wo so ya asomasi emfa wo so obenten ye de daase ye maame awo ni yenya nia ye tan economy no be yesen employment be yesen petrol buo be yesen ye light betumi agina so bibia betumi aye kama enti sa wan na wuyi no so obenten na wuyi no na se ye ho beto ye nia de ye pa eno no enti bolefo no adawruma munya abotre miala say wono ne de ne ya de amboni oh manjari nkakra me de obi a ye ma odibre bia no enra say appointment ya na etimokwa mehu letter bia na ye mesre se ahemfu mienu a obie nim wo mu wo mpotem wonom se saa nananum wei na asumesi na no obenten wo mu political affiliation nie yesi nananum kura anya politics yo but wo mu de ensada kura ha wo mu si ebeka se wo mu ye political asumesi political obenten wo mu na etro letter abankran abetre nipa a wo mu nyini DC wo mpotem wo and ayame da say isi a nipa ni abue ya nipa ni abue pa enti se o beba begina pani bie nim beka sei o beba begina obi anim beka sei sabi nipa kro no so o reason enti nya metem da ase abrewa pemagere na nipa kro wa ma na kura so da bi na me hu ya na me se nananom ipa enti mu nananom muturu ntafo me fan se nipa miense ko contest na nananom atumi asore bum se ye supporto ekuma no a wowom na enti nyame wanwa se ahini abetumi to nipa oye rightful person esese enkwodi ade no saa nananum we betumi atintim de akoma nipa foforo am se wo mu din se enne mo saa nananum ahemfu we ya obi anim mo se mo ana mo gina no mo na mo tre krata be kire obi a yen select no nya na ban krati peni wati mo kwa and national executives ya da NDC amanyoku ano womu anso womu nim womu so womu kɔ womu kɔyɛ campaign they know them ntinya di obi betra bra mu bia mummɔ ntungu na nia ahentesen who the carpet momani pakro ense enye ne obi ti ba bia wo tre na asomesi anaso wo benten anasomesi a monto leta no ntontene baabi kura na who the carpet no monfa hinte no mfa nse no appointment no majari untumi satisfy obi a o but aya abotre tina ye de ye policy wa he ya o
ayansemo
ye ne de ye policy wa aha
the mabunu ni and they condemnable
ya metie ye demonstration bi ni ya nkonkwa se me be board ya ibia no anse ye sianum se ye sianum a tezatete bosom no utu ya yintu
okay
ebefa majari
kakra
ebefa en na ye ejamu and ejamu birthday ejamu ye ebusia panyin wo gomua aboso ye wo gomua obuase and ye ejamu birthday ejamu happy birthday erade nsra onton kwanem oya okese omwa kuma da bisade nyina mrem ai Yamisra. And then that did it to Krama.
I was saying,
one no damn.
I was saying,
Men can't once.
and I also, okay, well, I'll be catching which
Men can't once. I go on to bed. I had to do to Yankra. The Edika was watching iron.
Okay, I don't know.
What I asked so far.
On the cry, I am friendly. I know, per se, friendly.
Debbie, I am MP on Cassanza.
As a
Debbie, I swore, Shana Petro.
Oba, Rebecca.
I swore, not Petro, performance.
Zaum. I don't know who's in the office in a take effect, I don't know.
Yeah, was
a take effect in the association name and then this one, or the go ponoso.
Debbie, a fan watch, Rotro. Aye, a fan watch, Rotro.
The more friend.
Debbie, when Quadium support to them. Edugin on Cassassia. Sisia, a fan what day, a bano, a set tank, Nimuahe, do a woho. Oh, what's our check a desert? What's our check a gas? What take away? Nina, what warrior, do my warrior. Oh, there's so nyabo transa. Hey, Kwame, Chamio, me ba take a crab, me ba me radio, so Kwame.
Okay, Kwame, appointments in the appointment as acting chief executive officer. I write to formally inform you that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana, in accordance with Article 1951 of the Constitution and Section 12(2) of the Ghana Cocoa Board Act 1984 PNDC Law 81, has appointed you as acting chief executive officer of the Ghana Cocoa Board, pending receipt of the constitutionally required advice of the Board of Ghana Cocoa Board in consultation with the Public Service Commission. Your appointment takes effect from 21st January 2025. I take the opportunity to congratulate you formally in your appointment. Please accept the President's best wishes. Signed, Callistus Mahama, PhD, Secretary to the President. Dr. Ransford Anati Abe, Ghana Cocoa Board Accra. Akwara hana na pese metiasi o say pending unse so wo mo fa osana.
Esa board no.
Esa board ndi omu nyampa yo.
Board no beba.
Intina why you acting, yes,
yeah,
okay.
Or acting.
It's pending the receipt of the constitutionally
Board,
required advice of the board.
Yeah.
They say the work, into board and ba. No, we do to me say, oh yeah, we are near for ya substantive. Oh, that's right. Matuasi. Okay. And the Germany and
Abusiafo Sakrate free His Excellency John Dramani Mahama say na bae. Wase ma appoint we say wo shechire say chief executive officer ewo Cocoa Board. Me Sakrate free His Excellency John Dramani Mahama no office where president ya wo Ghana ha na wogina article 195/1 eso yeah, Constitution in Section 12/2. Ghana Cocoa Board Act 1984 PNDC Law 81 so. And wabo within se kose chire se acting chief executive officer Emma Ghana Cocoa Board. Yeah, time said the Constitution no asese no. Ye benya board we be Ghana Cocoa Board so. Enti se board no ba na so mu di wutum said the mrane nsese tiepe na tese eno ano no na appointment no esase afri January day to so aduonu baako ade kro ofasa akwanya so na wabo wabaso e wa appointment ya ye de amawe gie na koye adwuma te said the mampeni asese no Callistus Mahama ye doctor ni o ye secretary ma president yo ona ne nsa secretary yase Dr. Ransford Anate Abe. Ransford Abe. Ghana Cocoa Board, Accra. And that is it.
Okay.
Anyone.
Say Idini
Anate. Yeah.
Bakubi crown me bakubi na no me.
ɛno yɛ wan ya
appointment in about okay. All right, so the yanko again someone awabe for the town man so. What the answer bema the answer bema peacefmonline.com, citynewsroom.com, myjoyonline.com, checkoutghana.com, Star FM GH, classfmonline.com, and any other relevant news portal. Meba show. Womana ebuame. Any idea for the town man so they bro. But so what the Wadrian chance over for 020-1162-746. 020-1162-746. Parliament approves Ato Folsom, John Jenapo, and Dr. Dominic Ayini as ministers. Parliament has approved the first batch of ministers nominated by President John Mahama following their vetting by the Appointments Committee.
Abusiafo the etagwo wo internet so na Mark Jerry was adjumai. Eyi ne se apaso ade ma mo baako baako. Na watasa ejebo nya ba bedu. Ayo manfo anim sem dada se ye toto asoafo no ano. Na womu amra sebejafo age wonu mu atom so fa. Ya ye betumi aka se womu ye ministers. Aye Dr. Kesa Ato Folsom. Ye betumi aka se oye Minister of Finance. Osaye MP ma desi ewo ejumako enyan esiam. Osaye majority leader. Majority obekoswa majority leader na
why
Ato Folsom.
And say oh there be free why foforo beba onya ma e de ono na majority leader now.
Okay, but for now I'm
say nya swear in.
Okay.
Say kra no ya approve no.
Ya jina.
But it is so man panyin swear in.
What this woman boy ne sha. Okay. Enti Dr. Kesa Ato Folsom oye Minister of State here or Finance so. John Jenapo ono so ye emrasebejeni ma adese wo ya pekusa. Ono so ya jinatum. Dr. Dominic Ayeni ono so ye emrasebejeni ema adese wo Bogatanga East. Ono so ya jinatum. Ti so far so good. You say emrasebejefu debate wo ho. Second Deputy Speaker of Parliament Andrew Esiama Mwako na otina akunyemu asanse se nyina ekos nti ene womo ye asoafo akase ye de homa mobo ebese wonum nsem.
Encounter conflict, 50 suspects arrested in Don Soup. An operation conducted at Shiari in the Oti region on Wednesday morning resulted in the arrest of 50 individuals linked to the resurgence of conflict in Encounter.
Abusiafo Encounter conflict ya ekoso no. Anajono na aposifo ni asojafo ayaka wonum abom. Eye the friend say swoop no. Swoop ne te se wo ye nkwan na de kwanta num. Na wasabie. Then the bebe bia wonsaka. The same thing wo mo ye no. Enti wo mo ye swoop anajono. Basabasa ye ekoso no. Omu etumi ate enipa eduono eye 50 na National Security Coordinator DCOP Osman Abdul Razak ana odi ne dom wanimu a omukoye saa adwuma no.
200 million released to support feeding of students in SHS. Felix Kwachiofosu, the spokesperson for President Mahama, has revealed that an additional amount has been released to support the feeding of students in various senior high schools across the country.
Abusiafo abai ediskaba sayan fan koma free senior high school titiriwo aduane a omubedi no na sikani 200 million Ghana cedis ya Felix Kwachiofosu ya waye kasama former His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and worker say wasi so far yasin kwada no bedidi na kwatia de fa ye de sikana eye enti sika ye de ama wonum se wanyim fenidie eye 200 million Ghana cedis ya nche ebi besa de ekiraba.
No DCE will disrespect an MP under my tenure, local government minister designate. The Minister Designate for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, Ahmed Ibrahim, has issued a stern warning to district chief executives across the country, cautioning against any form of disrespect or sabotage toward members of parliament.
Na Minister Designate for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim and Wakasi Wachase, say wanu beye minister saadi ne bi nsi bio say akukọ ni ne bo nsa na ne wura efi akroma aban krati mpanimfo bi wo honom a omu mfa emrasebejafo ne nyahwe ebe thing of the past.
I will continue with rape project. Ahmed Ibrahim, the Minister Designate for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, has vowed to prioritize the continuation and effective implementation of the District and Road Improvement Program, if confirmed by Parliament.
Abusiafo Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim and Woguso Awokase. Some time ago, any yadi machines bibaye, yasi a friend drip. Na sa drip machines no, womu de kom potem no womu de aye adwuma, said ye beye hon mu betumpon. Then what I say, sa initiative in one trim. Koswa yan nkakra sa isan se putokumu shegum ni nyina kwansan kro no a.
I will collaborate with former ministers to improve local economies. Ahmed Ibrahim, the Minister Designate for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, has pledged to foster collaboration with former ministers who have heeded the ministry to formulate effective policies aimed at developing local economies across Ghana's district authentic Ghanaian cuisine recipes.
Abusiafo ni tietemu ane se Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim ana Ogusu Awokase kyerɛ sɛ enkokora to sane ekomrante ediem enti adwuma yɛde asɛ ne nsɛyi ɛyɛ asɛm befie na ɛyɛ de ase enkobi sabrewa former ministers ya wo mu ayɛ adwuma wɔ saa so ɛwɔ no no wonyi wo no mu amo woni wo mu nyina bɛyɛ adwuma kama sɛ de bɛyɛ mpuntuo ɛbɛbɛ sanse sɛ enkwa yɛ da etanso ɛsɛbinom.
Don't repeat past mistakes. Engage stakeholders. Edward Karawe to Eric Opoku. The former General Secretary of the General Agricultural Workers Union, Edward Karawe, has called on the Minister of Agricultural Designate, Eric Opoku, to engage stakeholders, prioritize effective implementation of policies, and ensure accountability in government subsidy.
Abusiafo ya former General Secretary General Agricultural Workers Union, Edward Karawe, and water say Obasre Minister of Agriculture Honorable Eric Opoku say na dawrumo ba akofo ansan tumi nso nyame ni kata na adwene ni ba akofo tirim ti edwuma ye de asa ne nsa no oni stakeholders ye di akotene we akuyaye mu nyina nto abasakom na akuyedwuma nya akono.
All right, Oti Region National Security Coordinator leads team to assess encounter conflict. The National Security Coordinator, DCOP Osman Abdul Razak, has led a team of top security officials to encounter in the Oti region to assess the ongoing conflict and engage with the traditional leaders in the area.
Abusiafo National Security Coordinator na meka na samno DCOP Osman Abdul Razak ono ana weti edomo anim nkwanta Oti region omukɔhye said the situation atiye.
Okay. Enti yade asedema peacefmli.com, citynewsroom.com, myjohnline.com, checkoutghana.com, Star FM GH plus fmli.com. Wamadan Romana yade abefo entinta homa no so no yade nsama hodo yade bro would need 100.9. Na Dr. Kasulato Force and so ade enra or press conference or boase ensem no say minority MPP minority for one of the politics about baby rem. One of the politics about baby rema and yet idea eboa. And it's a press conference. If I obwa sense me home. One more actually says our politics and no. And ya the end of credit. Yenti in 70 bia. Dr. Kaslato Force in the two.
After sustaining various degrees of injuries is most regrettable. President John Dramani Mahama has already ordered a full-scale investigation into the incident. Following this incident, we in Parliament have noted a desperate attempt by the MPP minority in Parliament to politicize the matter. The MPP falsely claims that there is a so-called upsurge in political violence in the country. They also created a misleading impression that the unfortunate demise of the miners is as a result of political violence. The NDC Majority Caucus in Parliament condemns the desperate attempt by the MPP Minority Caucus to politicize the unfortunate development in Obuasi. Instead of sympathizing with the bereaved families and applauding government proactiveness, the NPP minority is dabbling in cheap politics. Ladies and gentlemen, it is obvious that NPP is yet to recover from the shock of its monumental defeat, and as such, they are engaging in cheap politicking. We urge them to come to terms with the resounding defeat that they suffered in the last election and allow the 2 weeks old government to steer the affairs of state in line with the mandate of the people of Ghana. Finally, we wish to assure the people of Ghana that pursuant to the directive of His Excellency the President, impartial, timely, and efficient investigation would be carried out in due course in the matter that has just happened at Obuasi. And the NDC does not subscribe to violence. We want to assure the people of Ghana once again that the NDC Majority Caucus stand ready to work with the MPP if they so desire to work with us, in ensuring that whatever we do, we will together help the people of Ghana recover from the massive economic shackles that they've left behind. Thank you very much.
I heard the minority leader on the floor saying that at least you should have incorporated the ongoing integrity and the killing of illegal miners once in the business committee deliberations. But I hear you now that they are politicizing the whole incident. But what I felt was he was urging you to call for a bipartisan committee to look into the matter. Because you as representative of the people, you are best placed to consider the whole incident to come up with recommendations.
Thank you very much. First, His Excellency the President has ordered a full-scale investigation into the matter. Second, the minority leader himself was not at the business committee for him to make that suggestion. I'm only the chair of the business committee, of which he is the ranking member. And so at any point in time, he can recommend a business for us to discuss. You have to ask yourself, why did he absent himself from the business committee? One. You also have to ask yourself once again that even though he sent a representative, why is it that the representative did not table before us to discuss the matter if he so desires that is so critical? So clearly you can deduce from his conduct that he just wants to politicize the matter. The matter before us is a matter of homicide. The police, the military, and all others concerned will have to come together and investigate it. His Excellency the President has already ordered for that. So I don't think there is the need for us to open another investigation in Parliament. This will mean duplication of government function. And government, remember, is made up of both the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. So all of us come together as the three organs of government to manage the country. And the fact that one has started an investigation, there's no need for us to open another investigation. But be it as it may, I was open for discussion yet he failed to discuss it at the business committee. We programmed the business committee for this week with the input of the MPP minority caucus. So why is it that he's trying to ambush all of us by introducing something that was not discussed at the business committee? Obviously, he just wants to politicize the matter. But you see, people's life and people's life matters. And so you cannot hide behind politics to remind people of their loss. Let's be very sensitive and allow the bereaved family to actually go through their pain. It's most unfortunate to see or hear the majority leader go through this line. I think it's most unfortunate. They don't have to politicize the matter. Let us come together as a country, find out what actually resulted into these killings, and ensure that in future this does not happen again. And most importantly, bring those that actually, per the outcome of the report, will be found culprit into a proper book, of proper accountability. Thank you.
Leader, how do you feel when you hear a colleague on the other side say that what happened was inspired by your policies from your government of basically recover all and after you come down of SWAT, say that happening together? What happened there was inspired by the OLA committee, the OLA.
Thank you. I mean, it's most unfair. Clearly, the illegal small-scale miners or the small-scale miners did not go there to recover a loot. They went out there to mine a disused mining concession. That is not a loot. So you can see clearly their desperation, and indeed what they intend to do. It's nothing but politics. They are so wounded, worried, but I can assure you that we in the NDC, we are not phased. We'll do what the people want, and we'll do just that to make everybody happy. Any comment? Thank you very much.
Let's go on by. You heard the finance minister speak.
Enti aye Dr. Kasolato Folson one and central focus aye o kan sama koso Okay, kwabra yamfa enkrata ne
yo
na yanhwe nsɛmawom
yo abusuafo de obokrata telegraphic amede mamu atama mu akwaba no wode akuku dambe senum mfoni na abeto de obokrata yenim ha Samuel Okuje Tabla kwa Minister of Foreign Affairs Anna Muntaka Muhammad Mubarak once a minister woman nyina designate yo for interior Honorable Kwabeneminta Kando, one ye health, and a Dr. Edward Omane Buama, or so ye defense. Na or the Honorable Erikopoku Symphony Abatua, a bravo copy committee named Yebisan say, Honorable, Sisia a committee and dodo. And too bad then ye near do bebre yana buansu for more quejuma, ebayakono, and was say or the style me numiba. Na saa time yenunu a wode ba no enya beto fom se wom Ghana be dede se obewi ade wa hakora ye de aduane na bebro ni ama obi se ji konekodi enti Ghana be kama pa obi enya akomatoyem ministers ya ba ne 17 so far cabinet secretary nso aba na 9 presidential staffers wo munsu dia beto dwa sankofo yi ebe ye tuma aboa mampani Minister of Education Honorable Haruna Idrisu and what I say free senior high school niane no ebe fro sa said ye be ya nkwada no ekom enkwadi wonum Afe dansuma beach road. Omo stre o manfo se. See defense no omu complete ma won. Sisi epo no ba na ebe fie. First na epo no wa chire no hwa. Esi ade wode no kakra na nya epo no na aye bibie eyeye ne anipa yesuban. Yen our own habit and our own attitude that has created this mess. Ye tunwia wo mpoano na ye ka kire mo se mpoano amu tunwia di asambabo mi akra mi hu nipa ye to o memu ayesuban ti se da sawa kwa America beach na wo be ko mu de track esi wo timpoano awia. I don't think this will happen in America or Britain. Say Britain puano. Boys ya kude at the track ya kwesi wo kura Sophie. Tia anwegum. Ni pa kro na e be kase no wode kwaya dai. Ebia e do be mental hospital. Akwa hwe wadwenim. No wa mu twa nkube nigu. Na bi ye paabo wo ho. Eponso de oma no kwa pe wo ba first no ni ase epo asoti bodu ne sia no ontra de nyame de ma no pa solompo ne boy menante brebre me kono boko safrisi aboa kwanti aye musuo nti me hwe de nyame be ya o ba ku bi no se epo asoti bodu ne sia no entra de onyame de ma no epo asoti wo bodu ne sia no entra de nyame de ma no but nipa da seni isi ade ya mepo na tra wo ba bebi enyame mfa ma no ye ne ya ne yama no kwan ene oguso oba nkakrankre isi a wonam Cape Coast kwan so kwata kra de udu abakema first na punu wachire sisi ebo begu kwanum ebo na begu kwanum kakrankra se ponso ne ho eden nsuo de ne ho eden panti ne yese untumi nsi nsuo kwan obebu abesisi a Daily Post wanim ha make dokosi mo de ne hyan nie mompam womu apam ne dadampo mompam Paul adom wo kire na momfa airport wo bo chema no mama ke dokosi womu fa mama ke dokosi po adom wo kire wo wo gide onu ampo ya pa se okwa abrochire a wo bae na obi a ye nsam trefo a esase ye nsam kireduma edebua wo man tetere kama no ni yakwa kwagye post and shanimunye ntumi ntare wo baduma papa nti honorable Vondi monkai no wa ko 2 times yo o first one na second one na o serve way wa ye aduma papa nti honorable Vondi monkai no pa na moma no baby na watumi aboa ne constituency fo eba sanso a se betodwa setufu atimu kwa MP yaya ni deputy minister kuro no ebeda ne ebutu madani omani ji abeje se ye atimu kwa ne mpotemu o chase efiri mampo eduabe ede batop ntafra so ede bedu asieye abofra kojo number 1 ede ko number 9 kwa dende wo mu ewo anwiesu ebese ko niam kurom wo mu ewo twansuo koda wo mu ewo dama dada ema baasa ede kwa nyina ase mesi osebo wo mu de brasba betokurom yense denya bi saada se MP bi a wo ho no mu a yamano dibre said de hunu bida enti ebeye nuonyam hye kase pa ade amade a ewo etimokwa enti munya yi Larry Dogbe owo ho Larry wo dia metre baby a obekọ wo na obekọ akọhye yi gate no so ewo airport wo mumpampo adom wo tere ne sankofo ni nyina mfiri wo na mumfa ehwo na airport wo de but mfa mama ke dokosi anse oboa mo pa na Randy Abe CCA oye acting chief executive officer ewo Cocoa board odi ni mfoni abetoa afi Dr. Atuforsen en wo katre minority for say wo mu hunto wo mu kakra wo mu briefing space adai ena ayi kakra wo mu ye mu ya micro minority muntu a monwene mu ho yase Anthony Kwesi Sapon acting GRA commissioner general on wo be se kire Auntie Julie waya ade pa wo kire wo bobre wo ya ade kura ta mi shadai wa mantem but eduma wo boy ye ni sika wo gigi ye de wo chen amishada kura amishada de what the work on reverse MPP executives and former Subi MP Eugene Boatienti kase na Eugene Boatienti trese MPP executives yo and senior high school placement slot no na wo moton senior high school placement no womu na kire bebi a yemfa asomasi nkɔhye yemfo obenten nkɔhye en womu tɔgbo ne donkome eje 5000 executives no na Eugene Boatienti kire se na womu ton senior high school placement slot no womu tɔgje 5000 Ghanaian public anim ha adesie bi a wo bole en womu tese ye ya tete post ni amu MP ni bi enti wo mu di tobo ise etimu kwa wo mu nya bi da enso mu wo mu anije ya si new boss MD ni wa preji se obeye adwuma ma ehwo no aya akono pa azum layo adwuma yeni ya si no oye adwuma wo tamale na wo pra no hu se ade bi da ho okose ya 20,000 Ghana cedis can it 200 million wase debi enya ne dia enti wode ni wurade asa de akoma na asomdue mu wanfa obise
omu de ne dia
wonye hu ne ne dia
enti no de coin
so bi a wode be ko post station se da woche na nipa kura ama ni ya de ama o man no but
why there we da kwa enkwala mkomu sika bi koma o headmistress na o ma mo 20 cities
bi no say ebianke urade no ana esira no no wode ne esira no ko no mo say da bi enya sa na urade esira ye wo bi sika
no obi no we he
eno nso na ya asa
obi no we he so obi aba na opa ese ne sika and now wash that for the next chrono. It's all the come police are that's okay. Police for better so man. Mama go man is
oh my daddy. Tiyo kase wa nka umvanko.
Oh, asa man okay. The police that down south na dia ko. Enye na odeko ye kura aba papers mu. That dey onim say biasi pen circle he ya. Obi ko fast abre na eye 5,000 bundle back. Kwamra won say 5,000 sika green bi no. Fe no. It is another crana on say 5,000 bundle no ye 500,000 no. As at then of our circle ha e politan bag ma for 88 aso a. Of I na no dey come police. And o mu twa ne phone e beto. Papers mu say ya. Nti why ade. Police phone so beto so kama. Obim say ni rabeba. Okay, yankwa so. Paul Kunibuate, CEO Africa Center for Security and Intelligence Studies, Ghana. Paul Yamwacho.
Major Suminia.
That's the same.
Boko.
Yadanyamia say na when you 20,000 were former obende.
A bit different senior circumstances are me dibenyano. Sebi a me na man menya 20,000 were former. Assuming say many abrena me them crew menya 20,000 were former. Sebi a nam circle now. One of the circumstances a wodia. Ko wa he ya na enye ne dia nkwa ba betwe.
Oba be jina zo ne dia.
Na we fie bi mu ana se community bi of say enipa ne no so dia. Obo so 20,000 dey obi getri o na.
Yes.
Obetumi ehun se bia asumasi na obentene tafa and bintinu obetumi ehun. But say number bi to circle na adumanya 20,000 e fe na me ko bode David.
Okay. All right. Better say ewo ho. Nti kwamna we dey wasumu a nti manu ye no crabs e tasu mu ye pa. Okay, Paul yankwa substantively. Ye bisasa security appointment ye mampanyin waye so far. O shall listen about beto dwana. Bambo mun semino. Ete saying Dr. Manobo Amabeko defense. Wo show Larry Gbevulo Latte. ECP Agozo. O mekika ete o say po.
Ne mekane say eye. So wo sha Ewura Mahama obedi akonwa ne dawo. Enti na babambo ehye ne se ne Ghana no be ka se security landscape ne tia woni mu pa na ohwe obi ti se ACP Agoza woma e follow no pa mi se na follow no pa sabra no ta ma education to say ye mia Peter Tobu no ono so ye no yeah, only a best security or yard or born home pa or you'll be ana or one could grow on so come. The union pass and I said, oh, then a car with him and your man could obey me could draw a catcher. Yes, or better no bonus or Beffenians are quite so a catcher when you're offended into union pebisa ayana epoa. What or money boa manswa. Baby, Ewura Mahama de na connect say Ewura Mahama wo jidie wo no pa if say defense baby onipa de no beko no e wo se wonya didie wo no ye kaya tema Ewura Kufo be di akonya no odi ni nua adukufo na yeden e ko ho e kire se wo jidie wo na nye tie ne se okoya minister nka wo ho nim di a eye woni ho nim di so a mpanyinfo ho aya ombeboa because aya na policies no na wo koye ho adwuma enti no eniema ebeboa wo man no eno no wo beke se policies na wo de ko no ebeboa enti mi fin se eye enti no niema kan se eyara
na aya na bambo mun sem no must it always say nipa no ewo bambo hu nimidie ansa na eri bibia hye ne nsa ewo bambo mu nsemu ana
o dabi na mo wunim wo hu nimidie a eboa o ti ase se wo sei wadwuma ya woyi me betena ho a me dre ansa na metimi achinchin atena o console na nim aye ne wo se meye
okay
ba se wo na ye dia show nsa se manage sector na ba bia wona wunim se ahase no e wo se wo ye ni se na beboa se na beboa wo bla won hye den sua nche bebre so ti wo bambo no ho nimdi a aya eboa if you say policy bi wo no ma e bi a cabinet kra e de ba obetumi aka kira wo se ade we de moma yenye ni se so wo hwe national security strategy say ya da bia me kan say e wo se ye review if you say o hwe the nature of threat ye facing near friend intrastate security threat. Oh, and I will share strategy no so ne concept of security I use no Ghana say now. Acquire regime security and answer traditional concept of security. And no share document in more and when you follow peke ideas in the free Holland in the UK. One su and one buying any idea and your pet. And you know, the one sign your many in an idea, yet the one call say a national security, you implement a policy there. Obetini argue say local conflicts and as internal security challenges no. Oko we use traditional centric concept of security na enye juma. Enti bia yan try to be develop yan local context bi benya concept bia ebetimi deal with senior threats ekoko so alavanyo ankwanta and chieftaincy particularly ubetimi develop concept ebeboa ya ebe use national security ebetimi address side na sense obekwa akofa blofo no ekwan onfa so address some security challenges all the bagana meaning what you mention answer and to ni mo ubetimi address ahamumi enye ni say and obeboa but so woni mu bebra ya de bia ba obe accept so
okay na yakwa nemu say we share to say locally looking at your bambo munsem said ya enorma eko saafo ye o mampanya bom din no womo a parliament ebetuto o ma no na say womuji womutumu a expectations ben enorma ben ene yenhwehwe mfa free omo ho ese interior nso akwakodi honorable Mutaka Mohammed nsem
obia ote bambo ase ewo Ghana anim se ye how ba akopa a chieftaincy issue ya henfo no ense mo eden tokwaba in fact I know a main cause o share threats ni ade a ye face na edi mu ba o hwe boku se ya henfo sem na dia ba na abedu level na edru o share Ghana ha ye how pa eno ne dikan enti no ye mu bi empire ne se o mbetnya ye ni esefata na omotimi abuama yetimi ayeda reduce no kwan se wontimi ni nyina afiri ho nemo ni efre ne se mitigation no de ubetimi aye to level bia unta enti se bia asomasi na obenten no mo ede asi ani wo community ho no na ye hwe se ombetimi abo momoden aye se adwuma
okay na aya na se omampanyin bi eba na so paw ne titiro ne bambofo a ebetwa ne ho ahia modi anamu ho nimde enoma be na ekom
eno na medi kan ne se omo hwe gidi a wo nipa ni mu ne di kan so owo gidi wo nipa ni mu a na chese wo wa rehemu wo no enti onim so obetimi aye adwuma no eto de bia enye enipa no expertise no ohwehwe o because who say system no ho adwuma dada enti opu bia obetimi manage via particular sector bia obetimi ama ehonom no tell omo run sector no akosotin enti na to de bia enye expertise enipa no wo no e wo particular sector bi no ohwehwe nemo so na obetimi manage ni ye efisɛ wo expertise no kura no nese wo management the way wo manage nipa and how organize nipa no enso nia daily briefings kura wunya because nipa no need to your friend say need to know idea what so wo be hu no kura o me kan kyerɛw na ade aye adwuma mini a wote na me kyerɛ na ase no obi o no ma asɛm a wo so ka kyerɛ no wa wunim sa bi asema me kaka kyerɛ ne wasa me ka kumase asɛm kyerɛ no na bɛboa no wo keke kumase asɛm kyerɛ na ɔmfa ɔpɛso otie nkransɛm enti ɛyɛ den ya nkransɛm na wɔsɔ wo force na wo yɛ de wo ka kyerɛ sɛ ne ɛbɛyɛ a wo bi a wo so be maintain wo adwuma enti ɛyɛ nneɛma bebree na ya ɔmampanyin pa sa apamfo na ɔhwɛ sɛ asomasi ana ɔbɛnten Meaning the year Juma, a becoso saying, Ning almost share Sadian. Expertise in idea, Sabri, dear, Aya, or moon time, shiny people, if it's a system near year Juma dada. Aha, sanity.
Loyalty. Any expertise will be a one immediate. May Tiawaka say Mundia. Nature say, Drew Sabrina, loyalty, a play key. Sanity.
Sabe pese.
Oh, okay.
Sabe pese.
Okay. Yasha a year of Boise incident ya anamo ampanifo etu e dia fa ho Nkwanta South dia eno so asi wo ho ne ho anamo a mpanifo etu e dia fa ho yenim se eye security caposi akwakopie mu wo ho ya e the solution be beba na
Me wo gidi say the solution beba, but at there I was here say sa no nsem na esisi no the causes and anything. You have still a shape root cause, and I can say a concept of security in Ankasano. And my aim develop mechanism here, early warning stages, you bet me. Once any maybe one of my a chassis and na assign a cosro. And to me, far bamboo and say, yeah, it bet me and who sang a man in Tama, if you say a babua. And you might be brought when you can say this level. Of what it be a Jumasem, and a mind penny former on my ban, MPP near Nisino. Dear policy pan or modia to jar, a bit in your treaty, a Juma, a best sustaining and Qualano, and you want my air warm. If it's a population, a increase, as I say, that Ghana, a entry, maybe a become. So, and respect. No what wow man. Senior yeah wow man. Maybe what did you say? The share a great sector in tourism industry a wow man. Go to number 2 a better. Obuase for na Ghana for encha war. No I can say be a sabri one more way there one 2 next 10 years and issue problem there maybe a better every population be increase. And she was saying, penny for a transit. Na idea beboa a mebuni or mani dachano. Yes, ye nisha. Ye was answer. You bet me a near my baby, but oh, show one more policies I am with the bar. I don't know, said you are moving our manifesto. A come here and said near beboa, me to me a poor man, brunet to man, and ask you bet me a yen near me a beboa, ye dachano, almost. And only idea I have, man. If you say almost share one one, a beboa say, me. Assembly a my nesi na ya day ya reactive yenye proactive issue back one a higher o magane mun yenye proactive assembly si ni ya reactive ni ya kose ya kwestia and so measures now omode kono I call it say a knee jerk reaction what you say no be kwa ka memra nto ano boato ene no mo boato omo yama o kire me sansa if you say e come na e de no mo complain e da so ho Uba na diane be na wo de be ma wo eno no ye mfo no mo enti yo mo hwe se ye betimi atena se ye hu ne be boa wo man ne daache asen se ye beja sa na asemsi a ne akosi nkomia ne aka ne ye jakọ emwa wo man
some because in Nkwanta South today may for instance for the past 5 years may involve heavily and normal air cost wo ho Bambofo and never ho, Sabre regional minister, and the dissect, music, one would unite to Mishia, one would sign agreement. Ninja said tribes me and son, and a year to Tokwe woman will be a claim ownership of a particular land. And one will be dear Fashibiana, Nipewu, almost a shia dying. Now, Mrantier and then Baba will journey every Krumu. For the past 5 years, but mention them who solution be answer because we na ye who say no. Maybe some also okay a day pan a be different na one be ye be me ye hu. Paul settle sa na be so a day different as one way.
NMD can say I was here you should me who asem a kwan e fa so ba ye. Ye try ye history guide near my justice enye dwuma. Who say minia adibi ho no ma one more cancer na no matchia no yɛn nso akanfo yɛbubu bi sɛ ne adeɛ wɔ no wɔdie nyɛ ne ɛkɔmde no so wote ne ɛmɛkyerɛ no ase enti no sɛ ne adeɛ wɔ no no a wɔso wɔdi no woma ni na wokɔfa sɛ ade na nyɛ obi deɛ kɔm de nti wode ma na enti aseɛ ɛnyɛ dwuma enti no yɛnhwɛ approach no yɛhu nyɛnti asɛm ne baayɛ na approach na yɛhwɛ no yɛhwɛ sɛ ɛbɛyɛ ade a ɛbɛsolve issue no ayɛ akyɛ ɛsensɛn nea ɔmo yɛ a na ɔmo akeka na ɔmo akata nyi na yɛte sɛ bɔɔla so gya na ɔmo gya hɔ no ɛno na ɛmoa no yɛhia sɛ yɛyɛ research na yɛhu asɛm pɔtee na ɛwɔ hɔ no na afei yɛhu sɛ ɛhyehyɛeɛ no a yɛde to kwan mu no ɛbɛboa anaa ɛmmoa ɛno na ɛwɔ so ɔmo na nea ɔmo yɛ yɛn deɛ 30 years ɛbɛsan aba ɛfiri sɛ yɛnhyɛ dɛ hu adeɛ pɔtee a ɛwɔ hɔ na nokorɛ no nso ɛda hɔ no pɔtee no yɛntimi mpa anim nkaeɛ ɛduru baabi a ne yɛde ayɛ amanyɔnso ne ayɛ ne politics ɛno nso deɛ ɛmmoa
yɛhyɛ ɛyɛ the appointment of IGP sɛ yɛka sɛ ɛno nso nkɔmmɔdie ɛnenam wiem ɔne polisifoɔ bi kasa a obi ɛka ne deɛ mpanyinfoɔ bi tumi sɛn ne yɛmu bi message sɛ ɛda yɛapo no so yɛbisa sɛ so police aso yɛ hɔ paul ɔmampani na tumi ne kura no na wohwɛ petetakra no wunim deɛ a ɛdeɛ na ɛsɛ ɛkɔ so ɛwɔ hɔ ne titiri di IGP
wa me deɛ me obi otie me bia nim sɛ IGP dampa ne adwuma nso ni ba wo a wonte bambo ase no obɛka sɛ wo yɛ the best ba obi bia a wɔte bambo ase aya me to obi a obɛpɛ sɛ yɛbɛyɛ debate wɔ saa particular issue no dampa le adwuma na yɛ hwehwɛni mu adwuma pɔtee ɛwɔ so yɛ nyɛ no na ɔyɛ we fi sɛ wɔ so ɔmampani pam no aban na etwam na wɔ sɛ nkɔ pam no na em sɛ because of the way dampa le nya public sympathy nti na ɔmo suru na ɔmo ampa no ba sɛ me na me to aban no fo a ka me pam on ntem unu sɛ indiscipline eniema pasapasa bebre wɔ Ghana sese ebi a mu me de baabi a metiri mu adwuma a wɔ sɛ dampa le yɛ no nyɛ no na ɔyɛ no ɔno ne ɔpɛ ani sɛ ɔbɛyɛ show public approach the populism so what they can say event 7 for your year of the man penisi so we are GP why you were doing here what train on kwala on our public say we conduct traffic so asem no hu bi that baby a fine pa na hu mini ama wo yen nyina so so keep in position no so me that be no me pese police for bi a omkokun omu nua police ni a billion issue bi baaye no ekwan asa police for no mienu yewuro kwasifo li beka kire wo man se omu de nkwala na ekọ ba bia na kronfo wa etututo ba nkwala ni mienu kwa na wuya me pese daati bia IGP bi ba bia onye san hwemu ni ehu nkofo kra na ta asa asem na ki ensem bebre wo ho no mo enti me fi se IGP dampale de wa amoa Ghana what's up you were mampanyi opam no kra entente
so I be kan ehwe police administration wey ene CC a ekoso wo ho wo hwe eye armed robbery na nkane na ekokoso na ebinim so agiw se ne nyina aba form a na se ye de ho abasobode de ma IGP o
now mini awa onti wa baby house no wo je se armed robbery cases na ekofom.
Oh, flat dear. So they are not but of late, no. I'm said the rate and yet no and share down you too much sound. Well, as I get the data and a casa and your assumption. I'm just assuming. Because adia bakuma na me sheshepa debia media chire. My friend saying security statistics. So sir, crime statistics, yes, crime statistics. Ayade ana betai edi akire pa ba nan say mi hu. Enti okay. Busa ho say adenti na police service wo court say up data omunyama. Nan say de me wanwa pa ene die. No na me enti na me kire no. Hwe nan say atebubu amanten won ne ayifo. Wo say boys ne demonstration on police station. Yes. Ubusa ho say denti na about her. Because of armed robbery cases. Yeah. Because of our mini and yema, you would have done Palena Tom.
engineer mun se mon ko we be ka se ma ye no kore pe nipa no kora mo se mun free
and ma me nsa me ho me pa cho media me kan
o da ro kan se bia wa frem
yeah
me na fufu bebre ye media fo a bra me ka dan pare asam se bo ye sa ye free obi o mo ka kire me o ta na me so me se no kore na me ka frem me fa no dan pare adwuma ne nsoni kre mo kane no na mutumi frɛ ebi a PR anasa original yi dan pare bae no e free bra Ghana Police Service for na war Kumasi any Islamic senior high school for nya sa ntawantano tabena police for timene makasada o dey catch them
and they sad and they ni hobiem am me kra ma complain bitterly say entiase
okay o police headquarters wa only say work uniform a wontimi nkasa wo mo public relations one no Koshese Hwane manage holo. Dampare na one special media group sabi o free ni office wo ko to duane di kra gisi e de camera si ne so ne di aba public. Ba police na nya IGP dampare ana Ghana no so no IGP dampare so nya Ghana Police Service. E was say we adwuma no eye adwuma eye collective because ba ko for want to be more buying. Oti ase krono ekoso no enya asem ketewa o eniema basa na ekoso but obi antimi nkasa ukọ police headquarters for hwe sa assessors ni nyina onye bidja obae ontimi nye because wo ya ebe obi abehu ade ntimi ontimi nye e wasi yura mampanyi pamono
wow na ye kan kra no eye ne deputy nso ne ye tete one no ewo problem man kwan kra man nye adwuma enti your functions bi ana ye expect so IGP ni deputy so gina na chi ana ye ntan hu enti na ma nipa ni bia ye o madwen se ye de atiti no kra na no so de wani de akiri sa
mi de akiri papa eye no kra tro do
sao
upa fresi opibia o ana mtira so wo she uniform a wonti mekasa we uniform a won't bekasa na yomo won konfo bi a in fact dampare yes smart guy e do say as wo hwe ya tema yewura kufu ado boy yewura yewonu din ape ana konfo bi sha ase so mo de case bi court against that particular appointment
yes
mo hwe kire na mo hwe wo mo hwe kire ye wo particular lady bi a o kan dampare ho asema no abetro full story ewo newspapers ni adno project no monko hwe wo mo eje contract to police headquarters one dodo na afunti o man ne bebokora emo but any kwa so o man kosa mo man nka no kre na o man na nya ne ntoma paifura e bi se Ghana ba akopɛ ne ewo me se me wakonya se me yewura dampare na kamino ka se wi a mesa ake no
wow okay Yenfe ni ndi akire ne yenhwe the appointing authorities no they are one beye they are found so generally aben abafufure bambo mu nsem no edien na wotwe ne mu se president obewe nani akọ being the military policy and bambo adwuma no in general
ni amehwe se obeme nani akọ ho nie electricity and sa chieftaincy issue no ni titru ye boko ene nkwanta de no say immediately no omhwe say ombe solve untimi solve do abetimi ama adwojo na efe ya hwe lasting solution a ebema saa nema no because enemy ade a ema Ghana agiti mboni enti ya hwe saa nema na efe robbery cases nkete ana cyber security issue a enkofo bi abetra Ghana di egu Ghana ni mu ase no hono so mepese obehwe because I know na ebe ade a ebe ha Ghana next 5 years no saa nema no ebe ma Ghana enye di mboni enti I was here first ade na efe am robbery cases ni kidnapping no ye hwe se ye bedi akire sisi ne de saa kidnapping ni ade na obata ebe fa ma no homro so enti aban here se ye behwe se ebetimi aye ense ya obinya opportunity na o may yes and man this are some of the things I feel say was yes a
okay Paul Koliboatin CEO Africa Center for Security and Intelligence Studies Ghana Boy, that's it.
nso me da mo aseminia
Yo, I feel with the Jerry said, won't come on it. So, okay. Paul Conley Boateng, you know, a day common. Oh, yes, Chief Executive Officer of Africa Center for Security and Intelligence Studies. And some year you do come in and I didn't baby now the back on now the befa. And on your WhatsApp 020 1162746 020 1162746. And yeah, Oko Facebook you need 100.9 FM. Facebook in your need 100.9 FM. And also now what you are for YouTube for me now Nigeria and show what happen and pass YouTube for I'm go. And one more share. And I won't can carry a message, but YouTube for almost animal time for message be bring my way. What be about but mo yade YouTube for no mo yade pa. Na che say is here me no ka say kra just say me wo be 200 people are wo go YouTube a wo mo share yen. Enti mo so yeda masepa messages no mo de fa ho a ye be hwe na ya kenkan bibia na yede amount neat 100.9 esunie. You made your friend no Ghana Montier.
Ghana Montier. Ghana Montier. Ghana Montier. Ghana Montier.
Edward Carraway, the former General Secretary, the General Agricultural Workers Union, a friend Gau. No, we two honorable Rico Pokufo. Say, ye na wambambe ye and now no mistakes in it. So, what are the reasons behind his advice to the Minister Designated for Food and Agriculture? Edward, Nichini said that Yenti. Edward Macho, Yabeka said, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
How are you, sir?
Very fine. And happy New Year.
Yeah, many happy returns.
Yes, sir.
Good. So, what are the reasons behind your advice to the Agricultural Minister Designate?
Well, once again, good morning to those who are listening to us. And let me say that these are public officers and they need our piece of advice. We all need to support them in diverse ways for them to succeed. If I cannot get close to him to talk to him or to take part in his work, I could also give him my piece of advice as to how to succeed for the benefit of all of us. So that is the reason why I think that I should offer an advice where necessary. The second reason is that Ghanaians are very, very, very unhappy with the manner in which our resources are being used. Look, millions, hundreds of thousands of cedis, billions of cedis have been used in projects and programs, and we have not had the benefit of this investment. So we can't continue that way. So moving forward, we should all work together, support those who are leading us to make sure that we reduce this waste and then so that we can have the benefits of the investment that will be coming.
Okay, so can you outline some of the challenges or the mistakes that you are advising him not to repeat in case if he's been approved?
Thanks very much again. It's because if you look at policies in Ghana here, they are always very nice policies. If you look at them in terms of content and design and so on. But the big problem comes when we get to implementation. So the minister would have to pay particular attention to implementation. And the implementation, given what we already know, starts from the national level, board level. But mostly it is not just about the national level implementation that has a problem. But the main problem comes from on the ground. What is at the ground there? For instance, if you give 5 bags of fertilizer to a farmer, first and foremost, you must ensure that the 5 bags gets to the farmer. Most instances, the 5 bags does not get to the farmer. So granted that this time you get the 5 bags to the farmer, you have to also make sure that the farmer uses all the 5 bags for the designated plot, so that at the close of the day, we can have the returns that we expect. So implementation is going to be the defining factor as to whether we will succeed or will not succeed. So it is important for all of us to caution our ministers who are coming and our leaders, and also to support them where they need our support to make sure the implementation is properly done.
Okay. So, looking at some of the policies that has been initiated by or have been said by this minister in question, for instance, that various secondary schools are going to establish farms to complement our food security, especially in those second cycle schools. What is your take on that?
Once again, thank you. I think this is a very good suggestion. When it comes to food, which we know is primary to our existence, there's no one who can stay away from food for a whole day, 2 days, 3 days, and so on. You must eat. So, as such a necessity should not be left in the hands of other people to feed you. So, as individuals, we must, at all times, where possible, try to produce our own food, however small it is. So if you have a house and then there's a small plot there, we know whatever you put on the plot will not be enough to feed you, but then you can have your vegetables there, you can have something there. So for the secondary schools, we know that when they are encouraged to produce food, it will not be enough to feed them. However, it will serve as a ground for learning, and then for the young men and women to develop taste and desire in agriculture. And some of them may take agriculture in the future. Apart from that, it will teach them lessons that they should not waste food. Because when they stand in the sun or go and do the agriculture, and know how difficult it is, whenever they are eating food, they will make sure that they keep that food properly, and then they will not waste it. So there are many benefits to it, and I think that if all of us, individuals, institutions, decide to do our own agriculture as much as possible, at the end of the day, we would not put so much pressure on the market, whereby it will lead to a rise in food prices, whereby it affects all of us.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is not a novel practice. It's something which has been practicalized some years ago, even when we were in secondary schools. So, should we also know the kind of triggers that diminished that kind of practice by establishing school farms to complement our food security, so that we can enhance, if any, those triggers?
Well, I think that, generally speaking, what we are doing today is not something that we have never seen before. But times have changed. We may not do it the same way as it used to happen. For instance, the Operation Feed Yourself concept was a fantastic one. There was a lot of success to it. But if we are bringing a similar policy, the times have changed, circumstances have changed, so your implementation will be different from probably that time. You need to make some changes. So it is true that when all of us were in the secondary schools, we did something like that. But over a time, the schools have virtually abandoned that practice. We need to go back to it. So it is not to say that we should not introduce new things, but we should not also abandon good old practices that are good for us.
Okay. Illegal mining activities is one of those that Gawo, you have really expressed your sentiment about the control of the illegal mining activities, which really dents the developmental agenda of the agriculture in this country. So, in this sense, what do you also expect the minister, in case he's been approved substantively, what should we expect from him to deal with the illegal mining activities that is creating hindrance to our agricultural sector?
Well, you can hold the minister on for what is within his domain. And there are certain things that are of national in nature, and the Minister for Agriculture may not have control over that. If you look at illegal mining, it is a national security issue. So if you leave it to only the minister to address it, he may not succeed, because he does not have the means to go and drive away illegal miners who are polluting the rivers. He doesn't have the means to go and drive away illegal miners in the forest. He can't do that. His focus is narrow to agriculture. Nevertheless, he needs to collaborate and liaise with his colleague ministers who are better placed to deal with this issue so that they can collectively address the illegal mining. In fact, if the illegal mining menace is not addressed, it will go a long way to undermine all his efforts he's bringing to change agriculture. Because agriculture cannot be done in vacuum. It must be done on ground. There must be land, there must be water, and there must be forest, to promote agriculture. So if he's unable to collaborate with his colleague ministers to address the illegal mining thing, it will undermine the good policies that the government is intending to implement.
All right. And looking at making agriculture very attractive to the youth, as it was being mentioned by the minister during the VERTE, do we have challenges that make agriculture very unattractive to the youth? If yes, how can we deal with those challenges to make it attractive?
Yeah, it is true that there are 1,001 challenges within the agricultural sector. And it is for those reasons that the youth are not ready to go into agriculture. One of them has to do with how to get credit and their support to begin. The youth are those who are beginning life and they have not yet accumulated resources to be able to deploy them on their own. They would depend on either banks or other people to support them. So in the absence of a dedicated and a more accessible funding regime, the youth cannot easily go into agriculture. However, where a few of them have defied all the odds and go into agriculture, what then happens at production? When they produce, the market is not there. Market is not predictable. Market is not guaranteed. And then eventually, some of them lose their produce through post-harvest losses. And that is a disincentive to the youth to go into agriculture. So some of these areas need to be addressed. Someone should be able to know that when I produce, there is market for my produce. What I only need to do is to produce. But where you are producing without knowing a designated market, a guaranteed market, of course, that is too much a risk for somebody who has not got resources to dare into.
Okay. With the credit facility, in fact, it has become, as you said, one of the biggest challenges. Why is it that the banks or the financial institutions feel reluctant to provide credit facilities to those who want to engage in farming activities?
Well, if you look at a liberal economy whereby businesses are left to decide what they want to do, there are better places for the banks to put their money in than to allow it into agriculture because they also like to measure the risk areas. So if agriculture creates more risky environment for their money than commerce, then they'll go into commerce. However, as a country, all institutions in the country, both public and private, must be directed through policy to work towards the global goal of the country. And we need that type of global goal, one, and then two, the willpower of government with clear policies to direct businesses, not only banks, but any business at all, or any individual in the country, to work towards a global goal. So banks cannot come to this country and behave the way they want to behave. For instance, and we have hammered this term for many years, it can be part of the conditions to operate in Ghana that a certain proportion of your loan portfolio should go into agriculture. It's a conditionality. If any bank that is not ready to go by this policy can choose to fold up, and some of them are foreign banks, they can return to wherever they are. You know, this is a country we are building, so we need this type of clear direction so that the banks will behave accordingly. But if we leave the banks in to have a laissez-faire attitude, certainly they will run away from that risky part of the business and always give money to people who just import and then sell on the streets and so on. And that does not help the country. We have come so far with this approach, and we need to now be clear and give direction to the banks so that some of them can support agriculture.
What about importation of agricultural products or things that we can cultivate here and yet we allow it to be imported into the country? Do we also take a very critical directive or decision on them?
You know, one of the things about a country is that you consume both locally produced and imports. And that constitutes the country's demand. So what proportion of your domestic consumption comes from imports is important to know. And what proportion comes from local production is important. Imports generally are unhealthy if they are not meant to support local production or if they are not meant to augment the inability of the country to produce a particular goods. In the case of Ghana, what is worrying is that many of the things that we can produce here, we still import them and abandon local production. So we need to look at our import regime and see whether we can take away imports or reduce imports on some of the things that we can produce here. Once we are doing that, we now increase investment in the production of those produce and goods, so that at the end of the day, once production takes place here, we can create all the necessary jobs and the security that we have for the country. So it's not just a simple economic arrangement. It's a complex one that needs daily analysis between the Ministry of Trade and then Agriculture, our domestic production investments, and then our import trading regimes, so that at the close of the day, we can have a balance whereby imports are only coming in to augment domestic production, but not to destroy domestic production.
Okay, so looking at the rice production, for instance, Nigerian success story was spearheaded by a Ghanaian, Honorable Abraham Odum, for them to chalk the success story of rice production. So sometimes we ask ourselves, why can't we also utilize such people here so that the success story will be in our books?
Well, it comes from leadership. It comes from leadership. What our leaders want to do to us, that's what they have done to us. They have led us into this crisis today as a country, and I hope that they will think well and then make sure that we indeed do not repeat that. If Ghanaians can do this for other countries, it's not because they are super, but it's just because the political environment is good for them, and that the political leadership has given them the opportunity to do that. So it is about our leadership. You know, in this country, we often say that there's lack of political will to do some of the things that are good and want to do them. So this is something that we all need to look at. But of course, it will all depend on the leadership.
Okay. Before leaving you, there was this 2003 Maputo Declaration on Agriculture and Food Security. It's something that I personally have advocated it for a longer period of years. So I want to find out, why is it that successive governance or governments have never heed to this declaration?
Well, again, it all boils down to leadership. When we go out as ECOWAS, African Union, or anybody, and we make decisions, when we come back, do we implement them? So the choice of implementation rests with the leadership. So again, it's a question of leadership. We can pay lip service, but refuse to be really committed to it. And that is the problem with agriculture. We've over talked so much about agriculture. Our leaders have made us to understand that agriculture is the foundation of our economy. But when it comes to the practicalities, you realize that they do little about it, and yet they go out talking that it is the foundation of our economy. So that is what has happened to the Maputo Declaration. Yeah.
Are we facing food shortage?
Of course, we are already having it. There's food shortage in Ghana.
There is food shortage in Ghana.
Yes.
So can you briefly explain further? Because talking to the suppliers, they said, "Oh, we have food in our stock, and for that matter, all that they need is the green light. We are not facing food shortage." So when you say we are facing food shortages, what does it mean?
When you talk about food, food is made up of a number of produce. And that number of produce make up food. Are we sufficient in tomato production? Don't we go to Burkina Faso to import tomatoes?
Nowadays, the tomatoes from Burkina are not even coming because they have also established processing factory to process their tomatoes.
So the point I'm now making is that why do we still go to Burkina Faso to import tomatoes?
Okay.
Why do we import onions from Niger and so on? Are we sufficient in food onion production? Do we have enough maize? Are we not importing rice all over? Where is the rice? The local rice. So you see, you can count them from one to another. You realize that we are not food sufficient.
But importation of these products didn't start today. It has been there for all these years. I know, for instance, in Afram Plains, there was a story that I followed. There were enough maize at Afram Plains, but we realized that yet we import maize into the country, costing us millions of dollars. But yet there were enough maize at Afram Plains.
Yes. If there's enough maize at Afram Plains and there's no maize in Accra, how do you say that Accra people have got food? You see, Afram Plains people may have maize. But people in Accra do not have it. And that is not how we run an economy.
But does it warrant a food insufficiency?
Of course. You as an ordinary person on the street, what will you say? When we talk about food insufficiency, are we talking about theory? No, we are talking about practicals. You get me? We are talking about practicals. And we are talking about the ordinary person. If the ordinary person says that I've got food, we should listen to him rather than coming out to say that, oh, there's food. And I'm saying if there's food at a friend place and you do not have food in Accra, what does that benefit you? So we need to redefine that. We can't be talking things in the general terms and forget to address the micro needs of the people. Food is individual. If I have eaten enough and left some, and you do not have to eat, if they ask you, will you say that you have eaten food?
I wouldn't say so, but realizing that we have some of the food staffs at a particular place within the country.
What I'm saying is that it is now left to the government through the policies to make sure that food is transported from the farm gates to the market.
Okay.
If that is not done, people will continue to complain that they don't have food to eat, and yet others are throwing away food. I know that food is bulky and is perishable, and it will not take long before the food gets rotten. Yet people are dying of hunger or are very hungry somewhere. So those who are hungry, will they be honest? Or if they say that they have got enough food, is that honesty? So certainly they will say that they don't have food. So we need to break down these things. We cannot be talking the textbook analysis. We can't do that.
Oh, okay.
Yes, that is the textbook's analysis. Our GDP is growing. Economy is growing. The people are very hungry. They don't have jobs. They don't have money. They can't get food to eat. Then you come with statistics saying that the economy is growing. Growing for who?
Okay.
You see, that is our problem. And I think that we need to move away from that type of presentation of national data and statistics and so on, and focus on the people on the ground.
All right. Edward Carraway, former General Secretary, General Agricultural Workers Union, thank you so much for your precious time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity, and God bless you.
God bless you too.
Yes.
Abusa Yane Edward Carraway, former General Secretary, Edema General Agricultural Workers Union, on the end of the common. If I know Potokasem, na you're born a tough fan, na agri minister, and no more training him say, obey challenges are you facing. And what you queer your own sense, at a sort of share or address it, and in full, waka sell Bema secondary schools, and I and then business idea with there's an order though. It's a yard of fufro. Then so you will say now twappy about the same. No, say I see a chess and no money because we be I dare know and answer ya kind of sign any dear gum, and so better when you know. Nah, yeah, measures and she say yes, ye do good quam. Na emenfu mfuano. Etimi edoreno na ye jar atohosa keke. Na the tofa bomuno or say aduane de enwa kwa hwe. Am say na bedu afran place ya bro ammonia de ni nyina we say na aduane nwa kwa hwe say because aban no na aban ni hyehyɛ papa bia obetim de aduane no aba from obi afran place okay bro o nkran bro ni ho aduane asoto. Edanya say aduane ni ho kra wa asoto. Enti say yetimi twa ne ye na nsi from. Enoma ye betuma produce no wa de enti say yetimi kras enoma na de ba. Na na America Nigeria. Nigeria Ghana ni bawo no ye Minister of State e wo manpen dada kofo na ban mu. Ono no kodi Nigeria fo ani manei Nigeria wo mo rice e mo pa na Nigeria fo produce no. Eye papa ya ye friend Honorable Abraham Odum. Ono no kodi ani mo Ghana ni ba no ye minister e Ghana ha. E no akwabo o ma ye sa de we. Enso ye te ha ye hu twe na ne o se ni nyina ne ye akandifo no akandifo na o makatakata o mani o ma abo glass. Edu mo hwe enti eno na wachire mo e wo hono. Okay, yankwa amane so e na me ka se komoni nyina wadwe e chode be fa 02011 62746 02011 Honorable Anthony Abeifa Kabo, former Deputy Minister for Roads and Highways, former Member of Parliament, Yanono, Inni Enkomo. Anthony Kabo Mache.
Good morning. Mini anazai.
Nyanko pa do bako na bachon so eh.
Yes, one double. Afisha panso.
Afin kombe tu ya papa pa afi ya no nkasai. Avete se ne nyina wa hoɔden a yɛde boa yɛ man Ghana.
Afisha say now program na peja.
Papa. Amen.
Morning show of Ghana.
Amen.
My girl so you're doing very well on the space.
Medase. Nyamishra wonso. Nyamishra papa. Good. Na Anthony akwanya Nanado Danko Akufuado ejina Ghana mrachebedwe fie kra de ho nkrata eya dansedie se naban eyi akwan papa echen aben bia owura eye governance agboja ebra wo mo toto na no se ade ne kra se na ente saa wo akwan fie bi na muyi ya na mbeka se wo mayi akwan chen obie nchiremu be na wo ho
Edikan medasipa na mejina kwanya so dia congratulate me madam for minia Kwame Abuja on his appointment as Minister for Roads. And when I wo abemo yemeno duma ye pa because he was the ranking member, deputy ranking member on the Committee of Roads and Highways. And to Kwambia so near course for ministry. Duma dia yempo ebi wo kwa upon to a coin in a yameno and a coin. So no dear, he's worked pretty closely with the ministry of me. A duma on one casabit made big one that is here. There, a buying buyer. A duma dear, you were Kufado, a yebi. A decain, NDC, 2016, almost a Baniano so, MPP a buyer, and Krata will Mujama, no, actually, Oma buying in 8 years, no. Omuye acquired 4,630 kilometers in 8 years. Ye were Kufado, Ofia Kunyano so. They say, and the Pedana say, about 8 years, acquire 1 million, 13,624 kilometers. And to see a cassette, ya buying by you, ya acquire at 10. By that, I NDC, Bayan. You see a premiation in 2016. You know, so I had the career. In Abuja, Metier, me vetting. Now, I can't say, be said, new roads are 673 kilometers. New roads are a baby, I be a point for you, and not for you. MPP are by 673 kilometers of new roads. New roads. It means those roads didn't exist. They were fully constructed by the Kufuor government. And no, you no sim China. Asphalt overlays are asphalt overlays. In a lot of urban areas, you buy you sign out asphalt overlays. You do one kind, you do a Bolga, you do a Takrade, you do Kumasi, you do Sinane, you do almost all the regions of this country. We now have 1,965 kilometers of roads, asphalt overlay. Over reconstruction and upgrading. Like I say, Aquino, that. And so I say, at the Tia Pansa, you buy ye, you to me, I reconstruct it, I re-upgrade it. Share Obias, Obuasi, and Young Quanta Road. In name him, Saquine. But Jerry, you know the state of that road before I MPP bar, baby. It would take you 2-3 hours to get to Obuasi. You will put out the bayou. That road has been reconstructed and upgraded. Into Odessa, Aquini be a Wagan in Ekahua. It comes up to about 1,665 kilometers of roads. The bad bridges are. Bridges are. They be a few extra time. You could have seen the bridge. we share torrential rain, ensure a toy over a period of 8 years, minimum caution now. You will through the Czech government. Yeah, 35 bridges across the country. Be a stable and connected communities, and also yeah. The Upon Kuranasia, a quite be rural roads are low volume traffic roads. Like I said, cars be being down for hot, but I do want a seasonal road users. Yeah, don't bank but dear, the teacher, and she will no more. Saquani Bino, graveling and graveling. A total of over 6,000 kilometers. You are a Kukwado buying in 8 years. Otini a year. Oba interchanges. Unim, a biwa, a Jumano, and a so air coso, or share Swami interchange. You are Kukwado buying and the share. O share Takrade Market Circle interchange near Kwaya Wonano, you will Kukwado. Those are construction works are air coso. Oba Amale interchange, so Yaye and no area. O share flower pot interchange, no so Yaye and no area. O share Obechebilamti interchange, no so and also Yaye and no area. O share Tema roundabout Yaye phase 1. We say Yaye phase 2, and so at the account and also Yaye Mane. Share Okuase interchange. Ye buy ye will for the renegotiating the first 4th-year interchange in West Africa. Ye will for the constructed, delivered, completed, and now in use. And you know, let's run off. A Duma ye will for the aye in the road sector or no better no. Why ye Duma pa? Ye best say or beshe na a Duma a year ongoing projects are air cosono. Not by you see government is a continuum until a better so one share not side Jumano so one to me ma and cosi payo Nanina no Ghana for and the Benya Hofaso. Until Miniano just to correct impression of creative set 13,624 kilometers of roads a year will Kufuado Eka breakdown a medium mao and on. Now, 673 kilometers, and new roads. Yes, that is true. These are brand new roads, yeah. And analysis now on presented the total picture. Nagana for a Duma, you will Kufuado, the legacy in the Ministry of Roads and Highways.
Okay, what the case anymore? Na kwa yese or say 673 kilometers, not 11,000 kilometers. It's now on a painted picture and say, acquire now Moka say Mayeno na a year 673 new roads. Ne ya kasa ye acquire a ye acquire fufra ye gusukota and ye can say regraveling, regrading, and they say no many your friend say asphalt overlays in Yinaka.
Once in the Ministry of Roads or road sector categorization, or your various departments, your urban roads, our mono urban road network now connecting urban centers, and your feeder roads. Feeder roads, one more roads are connecting rural communities. Now, so before a government they decide, they say they then make it a particular road bitumen surface and now asphalt surface. Now it's been a traffic study or my year. According to a low volume traffic roads. As a minister or as a ministry, your focus is always to look at the human population debris, road construction or ecoswa, about improving the delivery of goods and services. Now, compared to baby a low volume traffic, you can keep those roads properly re-gravelled during the dry season and ensure that the road is more traveled. At least for the period that because a seasonal road, the only time I'll be able to cars a use road during the farming season and now harvesting season, for those roads now. So you have a mix of these roads that you have to look at the minister. Obey asphalt overlays in parts of the city, the roads are deteriorating. Asphalt overlay. You also have to look at feeder roads in urban areas or in rural areas. Osha, Sakwa, they have economic value because if you tar the road, you make the delivery of food items from farm gates to market centers. You make it possible. So it's a mix of new things that ministry I feel so highways and so roads are connecting regions to regions and regional capitals to regional capitals and long distance track roads. You have to look at all this. Now you are working within a tight budget. You need to allocate some of your budgetary allocations to the to the Feeder Roads Department. You need to look at graveling and pothole filling at the Ministry of Urban Roads. You need to look at highways and all of those things. That is why sometimes categorization is important. Regraveling, every year the ministry advertises for the regraveling and graveling of roads because if you are not ensure better and not ensure not to be akwana say near some guso near say to make it more trouble because a low volume traffic roads. Yen to mean koya akwana ye de bicycle efaso ya bonka baby wo ho akwana kesia wo ho ye de aduane esi hoko and ye de aduane esi krokesi no ekosa akuru no compared to baby low volume traffic you have to make an economic decision. And then is the reason why a minister is appointed to take the best decision based on the resources that are over. And the information there are 200 years. The Kufuado record of 13,624 kilometers of roads. And will break down Ushemua highways, Ushemua urban roads, Ushemua feeder roads, so those all will constitute his legacy as far as the 8 years is concerned.
Okay. Na ye ken so na ye bisa se a car eda road sector. 135 million. Billion, not million, billion. It's not just a contractors and cry, I say, if you can amount of 5,000 grams. And I been the free so. Anna, DNA costs, sir.
Say Ghana for a year for roads. Ushe Yura Mahama campaigner or ye. Maybe or could be a info. A bonny coco, the Omakine. You will cook for the Tia Kunyaso, near Sabato. The Bio could be a info, to man for Nimina a pack for. And a government here. Road construction, you will continue to construct roads, MPP, NDC, and whichever party will come after these two parties, maybe road construction will always be done. And the Acadia, it's going to be an issue we have to deal with, particularly when we have not addressed the issue of dedicated funding for the road construction. Ghana has tolls, we don't pay the most competitive tolls, but we demand the best roads. And see, the government is always going to be in a difficult situation as far as road financing is concerned. You will Boja Bay, Enche, and Shube started. Obeti request a be free for bar for road construction and budget even the whole year. We cannot fulfill those demands. These are the challenges I want as a minor. I will see a tenacity. If you take other countries like South Africa, you never hear a South African budget where the government is talking about an amount of money or no. There's no system like that in South Africa. Road construction is not part of the government fiscal. They encourage private sector to take up road concessions, construct the roads, maintain the roads, operate the roads, and transfer them to government after they have recovered their investment. We need to have these kinds of conversations as a country to see the best way forward in getting sustainable financing for the roads ministry. Because Minister Bia or Bebano or Bebe.
Na aya your priorities na yen certain right and na.
I'm not too sure if it is the priorities, Jerry. The priorities are right. It is the dedicated, sustainable funding to fund the priority project.
Okay.
That is where the challenge is. I'll give you an example. Unim say the motorway before I buy a cancel tools. The Uchilam Kusa, a Chemu Utia one city. To be made back, a Chemu motorway now, and also a 50 pesos. Obichi trotro etwem was akwa a ono so tua 1 cedi. Ya ben e made 1 cedi. Betumi bia constructing motorway. If you can make motorway urban. All the things across Ghana, you could more in a year, more 17 million Ghana cedis. But I also have to admit that there have been leakages in the collection of the money.
Yeah.
I was very happy when I heard the minister say that they are going to find an innovative way to digitize the collection so that anything or any scammer. He said, but the question is that McGarry, it is only those of us who use the motorway who pay. What about the other people who don't use the motorway? What do they pay to support road construction? Motorway no on that. Yet the person expects roads in Libya or North to be constructed. And the question is, what is he contributing? What are we contributing to the road construction in the country? Now, those of us who don't get good roads are the ones who complain, but we pay little. Because the taxes are not going to be enough. We must find innovative ways of ensuring that those issues are a priority. What do we do to support? The road construction is gradually becoming a private sector led. The good thing is that Ghana Hanson, there were a lot of contractors and we are very, very, very good. I'll give you an example. School Junction, a branch here be a contractor, my name is Dimpo, if you know Oswald, who see that School Junction Road, you go and see the quality of worker, the new contractor. So imagine that we had a system or a financial system, a bucket subcontractors here, to access financing. They will be able to participate in local concessions, build roads, take tolls, maintain the roads, and over a period, they will hand over the roads to the municipal or government agencies to continue doing their work. That is the kind of model that the nation, we have to look. Otherwise, we are still going to have close to over 78,000 kilometers of roads. That's over Ghana. We haven't constructed even more than 50% of the roads in Ghana since independence. And at this rate, when will we get to the 50% mark?
Ayana, se nyamia ya domina ye tutu kwan aman bi so na ye hwe road tolls. Se de ye adwuma wo ho. De awo kan ankrankrafo awom obi nyina ho. Na wona hwan na beka se wuntua. Antua less than 24 hours. Woda no na krata hye ho se wan kwankotua to ne ho penalties. Dia na ebisa se na na ye man mu die empanyifo nso kabo mu nso mo kobi pa mo kura de mutu kwan eche ye mu bi se bi nkrasefo aye de wo ma na eja yakwa kofa mu ba akwan enti ebisa se ye be ne sen na ye privatization of our major roads ana se edien.
Well, I think that on the side of the Ghanaian people, they have a point and a hesitation. And only they be. Of course, the Sikana Otriano, a Juma Sikana area. Now, if we have a situation where people are paying realistic tolls and the monies are used directly to improve the roads and they can feel it, the government will be able to carry the people along. Because Abrochena Wokan Wasam, who took Uka free fee, free, Ebia New Jersey, wokɔ New York George Washington Bridge now wobɛtwa mu no ɛwɔ 10 pike no ɛhɔ no yɛ $15 into wotemu baako a $15 wodu New York a wosan ba back to New Jersey another $15 into $30 no abaya disika ɛna ɔmo de akwan ɛna ɔmo de potholes ɛna ɔmo de maintain road no ɛna ɔmo de clear road no into yɛyɛ saa the responsibility of maintenance of the roads will not be on the hands of government anymore. A you contractor now, concessionaire now, you decline at the amount. If you take a clear example, so we free Accra, and now say Accra Mall, not be a for Adenta. That's a star point, and the contractor is still final on the year BBR, Wayane tools, digital tools, car be a treble biano, or J1 city, 2 city, 3 city, every more. Man for no person who said 1 city, 2 city, no with the triano, or would the CSC pop hole. Or Mamma Quino da or be a Juma, be a Juma Kama. That is the situation, or that is the position we must get to for us to have an effective, sustainable funding for the road sector. So maybe it's one of the issues that I was seeing in the media, the experts in the area, the engineers, and also the contractors and government and the financial institutions must sit down. Because in other countries, even banks must vary. You can have 3-4 banks taking a concession, put their money in the concession, because people are not coming to borrow the money, invest the money so you can recoup the money. If your banks can take up a road, construct the road, put in place their maintenance systems, ensure that the road is constructed and they are collecting their tolls. The Ministry of Roads and Highways, and then they continue to manage and maintain the road. In many parts of the world. In this case of Ghana, what we need to do is to find a broad-based tax system, a better capture of PR, and also improve on our tolling. Because we cannot be paying 1 cedi, 5 pesos, and expect that we'll get our roads done. Ivory Coast, the highway between Ivory Coast and Benin, you on that road, you pay close to about 25 Ghana cedis as toll. And then you drive into Ghana and pay 1 cedi in the same vehicle.
Me listener bi na osimi mbisa wo say wo ka aye broad based source of funding na ye de be bo yakwan ho ban roadworthy certificates ana aya ayekotwa ewo aye DVL no obisa se sika no eno no ana e ma yakwan so no bi ana.
No, that account goes to we don't certify. The Ministry of Roads and Highways doesn't certify vehicles that are roadworthy or not roadworthy. So let's get that very clear. It's a DVLA that will issue a certificate to you based on inspecting your vehicle to find out if this vehicle is roadworthy. Is it worthy to be on the road? That agency doesn't even fall under Ministry of Roads. It falls under Ministry of Transport. And let's be very clear. Maybe text are not quite didn't understand it.
Oh, okay. Right. Anthony, you better say, but I say you better work right. After the election, you share that any winning come up. Nas. Maybe sawa. Meti of work right, but Miss Anthony Cabo Pana. After election, see yente sa on na kasana. So far, and no matter to say.
It kind my main fact is so na being congratulating the President of the Republic. You are John Dramani Mahama. Yeah, the BC Ghana, the Fourth Republic. The Vice President, almost Vice President, a baby president. And so you ministers are more young ministers or more baby president. You professors are almost free or Meduma baby president. You soldier for almost so free barracks are baby president. Now, dear you that any will be a would be president and our wako our sabagi. I didn't see that. In terms of that speech, I think that the president deserves a congratulation and the overwhelming supporter Ghana for their party. The catch of Madame for this the fastest or the fastest growing stocks in Ghana now is to buy Mahama stocks. Its popularity is at an all-time high. The confidence and expectation of Ghanaians is big. Until I don't envy his current situation. A very difficult situation for a president to be in such an overwhelming majority. And an endorsement of the people. The confidence Ghanaians have has been demonstrated by the results of 7th January. And we graciously accepted the verdict of the Ghanaian people now. I think that at this point, the president is putting his government together. And so that's where we are. I wish the president well. I wish that the NDC government will fulfill its promise, commitments they have made to the Ghanaian people. But on our side too, we just need to get back. Now, and so far, steps that the party has taken are the right steps. They're investigating to find out why 2 million of our own supporters party for Uncle Twaba. I was a boy who what are the underlying issues? What are the reasons? And you're being then of course so market before night you keep my brand and I wear cheap and my CSH beneficiaries they are now almost support to you with support to NPP. We need to understand the psychology and psychic of the Ghanaian people. Some of the issues that in now will just be guessing the issues, but a good in-depth research will bring out the reasons. We really say that what the party going forward in terms of our reorganization and remobilizing our party for 2028 election. And in terms of and we are going to get very much involved in the reorganization of the party to ensure the confidence that was here, the grassroots of our party. And in your mind, party for the crown and share a Jumana. I mean, look at some of the seats we lost. These are traditional NPP seats. The question is, what went wrong? What was the issue? What were the issues? Our party for priority, or was it just the 8-year fatigue? Was it the things that may have bred and answer now and I don't know. The research will bring all of those things out there. It will help the party to reorganize itself. But at the same time, I believe that His Excellency Akufo-Addo and the NPP government, and you're my catching Ghana for no, good one, you're my to me. The Dama Komasuka, I gave 13 or 14 years of my life to President Akufo-Addo to realize that vision was free senior high school. Yeah, you think we are the biggest beneficiary of this policy. And I know that the 5.7 million students of free senior high school that President Akufo-Addo has shown in Ghana. And that's why I'm Ghana. Now, your day, and in the last year at the moment.
Okay. Say party no boy chirahwe the entia ekoba na sa me gidi say mo nyina mo involved.
Oh, very much so. We're very much involved in your course. I mean, of course, the constituency, many constituency for Kokodin Komo, many region for Kokodin Komo, and we'll continue to engage the party. And your money be a one more canon. We're encouraging them to ensure that committee no bar around that. They should put all those issues before the committee so that party will be at the porting course. So Nyoma and Ma NPP for Kenya Kenya. I mean, Look at what happened in Ashanti region. Look at what happened in Bonahafo region. Look at what happened in parts of the northern region. All these are issues that we must understand. Now, you can and anticipate that we can make a strong comeback in 2028 to continue our agenda.
Were you shocked with the results?
I was completely shocked. I was completely shocked. I mean, Nigeria, I must be honest with you. I mean, this result, I could feel that something was going to happen. I didn't know what said it would happen. You could have a challenge in Parliament with a number of seats, but I didn't anticipate that the presidential result would turn out the way it did.
Okay. All right, Cabo.
And I also believe that the NDC. I also believe that the NDC was very poised for this election. Because sometimes the way we felt in 2016, ahead of the 2016 election, the kind of energy we wanted to get him elected as president. That energy the NDC demonstrated, their youth wing, their communication team, and, their grassroots on the ground were really motivated for the election. It was a make or break for them, and that's how they took it. I'm not too sure that in the NPP, our youth were quite charged up. And the issues that affected the betting tax was a major issue. It's a major issue. Major issue. Now, I'll tell you my story. They call baby one cry. Now, me say betting tax for no be a war. And I'm ranting maybe I'm so much of betting no more winning. And I'm about to share me. So, no, I said, no one doesn't look at you, and I'm sure I said, there. I say, I don't know. I betting tax is significant. I said, you know, the DSP. You know, the DSP. You know, the electricity. You know, download the app. Na me ana me kame be aban mu de wo mu sen. But adwenya ye di betting tax ne ba ye no was to like abrochi ko be bia. There's a high tax on betting. But it's also because so one will discourage you from betting. There are other opportunities you can take to take your mind off an addiction like betting because they make it too expensive for you. Want to win Boca Bibli and go betting. In the African situation, most of the young people are unemployed. Yes, I betting you na ebia Ramos na be share, Chelsea for na be share. Anyone dey soccer to on Friday dia. And I think that was one of the issues that especially with betting taxing. It's a big issue, and we have to look into it. I wait to see how the NDC government will address it.
So far, ministers are Omabenya Power, as you say.
Oh, I mean, these are friends and colleagues. Well, we are very experienced people. I mean, they deserve the positions they have. They have fought so hard for President Mahama. They have been loyal to him. They have been believing in his agenda, his comeback agenda. And so I hope that they can help him to achieve the agenda or the buyer. And they are very good. I think that what we need to do is to give the government some time. I mean, I feel budget. There's no budget. They haven't put before the Ghanaian people a budget and able to be discussing. Able to make a say the minister way is not capable of it. No, there's nothing like that. If that grace period is here, I think that the government deserves the grace period to put together a map. And so far, I think that loyalty and commitment to the cause of President Mahama and the NDC is what is gaining in terms of appointments now. Also, you look at the people that are being churned out. You could see clearly that these are people who President Muhammad Didi said they have what it takes to help him execute his agenda, because the expectation on him is very high and is very big. I believe that he's doing the right considerations and making these appointments. We wish them well, but we are also going to wait to see their first budget and their commitment to the Ghanaian people. And we will play our role not as a disruptive opposition, but a very constructive opposition. We have to put them and hold them to strict proof on promises and commitments.
All right, Honorable Anthony Abeyifa Kabo, former Deputy Minister for Roads and Highways. And I don't pay Yadase.
Mark Medasapa and Michelle.
Namin Council. Yadase. Abusia Yane Aye Anthony Kabo. And Yaneno Edin Comoy. Aye neat 100.9.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no hwade no. Hwem so betumi a. Hey, asho. Hey, now beka. Ya John to mami ensa duku potomanto. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afibian so beri ni waware ne a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Oh, asho. Udan kwanu tumu ho. Me be mo anu so hye kura de aka ho. Wo hwe de wapi ho. O ka sa batete e da fom won. This way chocolate drink.
Kra cha be pe baba ware.
Asho.
Ye fi ase this way chocolate drink. Ya sorry anopa no ne yenom ye be hye fridge nom no se snack ye nya hoho a no ne de serve wo mo ye didi wie ne ye pe bibia bogu ya de so a this way chocolate drink ne yenom and this way no ti ano a he se kire wom koko wom brick wom bibia wom ade wo hia ne so hye
this way chocolate drink
de wo hia ani so hye
FDA ahwehwe se adwede nkratoe mo agye atum se eye
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Special ice. Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Special ice. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Special ice makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Special ice feel different. Always think special ice. Special ice, natural mineral water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Ghana muntie na mansanya so adawro kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM.
Jamu akwamba de Ghana muntie so we need 100.9. Abeja phone by the discussions the be share so kwabrama for mansan chairman so na boamia. Ye den krata musam de ade bro. Now, yen share messages ni bia wa ha. Richard Daddy from Asama say Madagascar proverb. 8 9 cents so Richard. Proverbs and proverbialist. Or say the hyena that claims to protect the sheep will only leave bones behind. Hey. Meaning the MPP pretends to serve Ghanaians but has left the nation in ruins. The outcome of the transition was very shocking and unbelievable. MPP left a debt over 300 billion cedis at the energy sector. Over 100 billion cedis debt was left at the road sector. President Nana bragged that his government has constructed 11,000 kilometers of new roads, but document shows that in 8 years, Nanado's government constructed 673 kilometers of new roads. Let's call a spade a spade. Richard, Amasama, but Richard, I bet to differ. I'm saying, was a Yanika Bukasa no children no maybe more. Also, we constructed roads. I'm just saying debate we cry, yeah. Eti who can new roads in and let us say, fine for cry, that one. And no, yeah. Meshak Asante the farmer Samuel, in fact, I'm still finding it so difficult to understand why soldiers can just pull a gun and kill innocent citizens like animals. Even in Europe, it's very big offense to maltreat animals, not to talk about killing them. But in our continent, especially Ghana, we always encourage our security services to kill our fellow human beings. Why? Those soldiers must not go unpunished. They must reap what they have sowed. And I'm still waiting to see a video evidence indicating that the civilians started the shooting before the soldiers reacted. How can we just rely on the statement brought by the military knowing that they can bring anything to justify what they have done? Ete mesha kasante yen so ye pe eye video say soldier for no hu woma no mtoto atuo edigu wom so. Soldier for no hu woma woma bukotodwe wom nkura hwe e na soldier for mtoto atuo ediku wom. And so we are waiting for that video. Beda say Komensa be pillar too. Pabraze o. Esa na omo se omo bubu kotodwe e na omo pa soldier for ne chew. And I still soldier for to omatuo. Eti ye pesa video no so watch. So asem ne ba ye nsofem soldier for kan omo de. Timamo for kan omo de. Ye mpe ye independent investigative body. No mutumi ye twehwe mu ni yie nka mu no kren fan kire ye. Because asem si ye na me no mi no ne yada. Anadwo. Comments are me pillar 2. I say congratulations to all the NDC ministers. Wish you all the best. Ghanaians, we are waiting for our promise. We are waiting for our promises. Special greetings to Hadia Safia Mohammed. Yo. Where's Mark Jerry? For once, Kwabena Mafo has made a good Kwabena has made a good sense today. He should sleep where he slept yesterday. We haven't heard of Kwekubuahe, Yawatinjan, Vito Tukono, and Victoria Hammer names in the appointment to SK Dumso Mahama and on the Bahai.
Wow, Mark Jerry. Say, what they watch, they catch them. Mark Jerry appointed. John Dramani Mahama appointed Mark Jerry as board chairman. Airport Company Limited. So, are you still a journalist or you are a politician?
Oh, I'm a journalist.
You are not a journalist. You will be a biased journalist.
Biased journalist because my pointing authority met tilted towards
yes.
On any day you are not far away from the truth,
and that is the reality.
Far away from the truth, you are not.
And I who a day appointment in your musubai. On canocre, and on canocrenso.
Okay.
On canocre. What you want more? Is here who say, why a politician? Just say, what me ye ne conscience cry touching. Sir, a dear way ya will be a name say ye tuntumuno. Or non quite 2 hours say ye fita. And to say, what dear, Obaqua quaya politics ya go. Neja journalism no to wana wo pepa say.
A debatable. Okay, what the fun is it?
One more war or pepa say.
Yeah.
Omo be ye adwuma no nokurem watentene aban na ho aban faso ama o manfo nyina no omunye sa wo pesa wo koya politics yakọ sa wo pesa wo be ye journalism so a ye journalism no mo se ayedan objectivity and gritty and why gritty so
nyina
tiwom so where is that tea wouldn't know. Enti enya say politics na nya politics nkwa na wo ya sabio wo bedi ye wa abrabomu ewrade nsira na manipa ye wodefo obreso adwuma mfa bi nka ye gatekeepers ye nyansam trafo a ye tenentene aban na wa ye de be mo manfo ho atono yes ye ne ye gatekeepers.
But when him said, the another person make can say, Nanka enya boni bi ansa ensanchuro ni aban bi aba no hu se wo nimde obi bi no do akwakoto se kobo a
so sanka ne papa mu a
na kanya boni
ne papa mu anka wo kwa no wajai
na wajai ensanchuro adwuma no
yes because one servant
it won't me nya adwuma na se bibi nkoyi a wo beka
ma jeri sanka yenya enhweso panya nka megye dia wo kanato but nhweso a yenya nyina no nya papa.
Okay, interesting.
Give me one example. Say, and some trainee bia your man appointment ya no kind of and where are they? Integrity in other form. And who can someone call phone to you respect to be?
It's a historical antecedent in
yes.
The amounts and trade man now the way Jaiko.
Yes, would you Jaiko resign in a court because of your integrity? Oh, my journey and there.
Yeah.
Manusi sumina so po adomo wachire obeye den bio obeye nsam tirejuma ana obeye den because asem bia ni wa obeka obi befa ni serious obeye journalism no ene yehu ni true colors ya man of appointment no ene yehu ni nipa ban a oye se ade da ho tuntum pause here ye fita who conscience chain 30 million Ghanaians are you guhano. So where is your integrity? Sikaya fe ane ubenya ubedi but my journey adie bia ni one mu when you nyam ten obi o integrity.
It is obewura manyo sem actively mainstream. Nanka we Jansen Chojuma now.
Jainako because Odie my young did also.
Obasa boy your board member now board chairman and on a sanganya man someone.
My tell so where is your integrity? Diana ube can be ono biaji wedi. Adibi wo hono mu a eye tuntum eye fita. That is it. We say my charity ni appointed as board member Ghana Airport Company Limited. Wa kanokure ubetumi abetena ha bebo JDM no ma appointment na echi.
And they're very difficult.
A bad thing.
But it shouldn't be so.
Yes.
It shouldn't
why
be so.
Why wouldn't you say adia JDM ye nukure mu no pa no anye but because of appointment ya wakojinti untumi nka. Yansun ye gatekeepers.
You cry you a baby I would say obi your papa no how.
Yes.
And now you say a baby or you say the more would do obi aduane no na o ye na kwa.
Yeah.
What is our benefit?
Yeah.
I'm say baby was our.
Wow. Enti ye hu eniama bebra aba betwam ko. Me mom de. Majami obi a mani wu ade kakra. Aha me excuse my language me bu me ho. Obi wo ho anye ye nyina so adwene te se mpaboa size obi ane ne de obi wo ho a ade a ye friend say integrity no oni bi but obi wo ho no mo a meti hai ma jare aban se o chemical o de o man mu ni nyina modwa sa aban se o chemical menje but minimu abi a wo beje ana bi o da me beje that me think menante.
Say aban se or choka.
Menante.
Na aban choka de si den akwakoje.
Me se menye menante.
Na aban de bese na we kura aban ka no de achew.
Good.
Can be a politician aban de bese na
achew. Eno kura me se menye. Because wasumu no woda. Me amabuabu amese mpo ankapre. Udi owo bibi afabu amna.
Akwabra ukanzo no aka ni you.
Some sunam gotobi.
It's a politician ma brunya de crying.
Oh, brunya de say asudie nsedeni ho. But eniama bia years to come and pepada. Oh, what abandan. Enya ne ye ka abai property a utumi cast back. See enko ahen no obi to obi wo north ho no no. Ba o say ahen wo ye tamale.
abonje no
eh aban danyas aban
yeah the automally
say etwemu ba da bia wo kai
me kai ka
empepada some we sisia we nsem training ana say we edien Ghanaians know them ubaya ye ubekwa akwade apend we anya bone say ye hu ne pa ewo mu ne yesebese kosom wo man eye wo pe se wo pe se ubekwa akoya ekwan no wanim ya wo hye well ewurade nsira na koya successful yanso aye pensem turaduma no yanso yentena ha woyɛ na ya bɛka woyɛ na nyɛ ya bɛka eye tuntum ye hu bɛka eye fita ye hu ya bɛka dabi
ba me kwabna wo ya ban na ma appointment na bibi nko yi ameka no went ya resign
ma jari ayadin ne ka no de
ya wo kan begitum
ya wo ti ha ka no
begitum
yeah
but say wa ma appointment bi te say board member.
Yeah.
Board member, the meeting me nyame say dwuma say me kwa go di board member. Na mum say be a minister there say say me wo woman na president edi emum you no promise me. Kofi Akpalu ene osofu chirabosom. Awo mu bia ba bedi mampanyin a me na kam appointment solid. Yes, solid. And then the omode ma me je adwuma no me wie nso a me wie a me adwuma me ne me adwuma mpanyin for beka so betem ase de a me kwakwa so man na ba me ba
nda be wo ba wo ma ha bio
okay me ma sana ma we me ko apana man na makwa tena me kokofu no
to office na ya council
the budget de me kwa tena me kokofu no
obi o office na ye futufuo obi ko ware anu waba
na waba be
obi peduma anu waba no watu no we a job counselor no akwa bi o office because obi amfa wo na duma
okay
anate obetumi apply akwachira de wo gempa
babra de internet se ko ba ne
sa na tie
se wakoso mo man ya
sa na ya at now enti nya se enya wo manim sam unim
okay
ukoba unya aduma ye tisa ukobie wa office bi na nkakra se obi peduma no aye futufuo job market na utu omofo
okay
sa na aye kanya ade ayi but one servant cannot serve
you see Randia be for instance owie so okọ
sisi a wasamba journalism mu abeyedai Paul oba journalism mu no abeyedai ukasa obi antie people will be disappointed in you enka majari dede bebrebe yi ya na meti ha de bia me ne mampani nanado mama ne ho anto ne dai
awujit
oh yes I have to put him on check.
Yes,
no. Putting when it toes because yeah dear emwa wo manfo a
yes woka
yes me jinemu ma wo man se wo ya dear mo manfo a nanka party ne ba power pe kwabena mafo and we are deputy minister of information intina no what wa kasa bebrebe anti sa de bebrebe ni na ya appointment me pesa me kira wo manfo se me dede de bebrebe no nya appointment ya eye wo manfo ye die
ayo bra kwabena
yes
bra kobi
yeah some kata se me enya se me hu skada wo ena waka se ehia no a ebe ha no me da fam dada antimi nsura ya se obi a wanya bi pen no ena ehia no a na me bra bonso me fence enya fere se we ma sha anya na shemi try ya shemi ya chimi o me tumi na wa steps so am go slow aya beti anu na shemi me okay
bra kobi
yes I
Alo tire be say hia so.
We dey say this for ye mo break kakra.
Oh yeah. Oh yes mo.
Yeah, mo break kakra.
Early days here. And say 2 weeks 1 day.
Yeah, o dey
2 weeks 1 day there.
Mama ma wo mo kwata abusumi nsi.
Ensia reasonably.
Na me nti se minister bi. Yes wo yesi.
That's all.
Matia.
Okay.
That is your chapter personary.
Na honorable Asempa Tresofo. Ye bubo din wa how?
Oh ne dia baba.
But o kwamra wa adwuma o.
Oh ne dia baba.
That's right.
Ma jani ne dia baba won say apaso ade yi no ba ko ba.
Yes. Yeah, and ye catch on.
Honorable bebre ba wa ye.
Wa ye.
Obenya ena se we nya appointment kura wa ye NDC.
Nana ya agentua kura nya okay me nka ne ye manu hyesumunam. Nana ya agentua nya appointment.
Anya bi.
Or presidential staff. It is an Nana ya agentua nya appointment ah. Men na me ka say honorable Daniel Kwesi Asiama. It is so nya appointment.
Oh ben.
Nana ya agentua because say adwuma Nana ya agentua eye na bi ade hwe ho ofich sa na eye madwen.
Ma jari.
And then say honorable ye adwuma no pa. Yes.
Adwuma no a ye de ma wo mu no a eye wo se we nya bi. Anya se wo mu de ba ye maguru medamasi o.
Yes.
Eye asodie kase pa because His Excellency John Dramani Mahama no wonimdi a no wato opposition ya de bo no. Ena awurade aya na dom a wa ba di president bio no. Sa appointees no a mudi mirika maje masom no. Ma tani nyaade a mo wa hoto. Dabi sa wo ye mistake wom obeyi wadi. Sa wagini ya wo se wo kwa akwaji minister di akwatena wa akopɛ wo ho. Akopɛ sika wo di wo koye money making machine. Obesakew. Asasa wo ma wo manfo di ye enya wo.
That's right.
Asasa wo ma wo manfo hu to mu enya wo. Enti si wagini ya wo se minister no a wo die no contract na wo koyi inflate no ekwakoye kana na kata se ne proya akɔwie sika obeyi wadi. Esan se die wahunu bio. Okotena opposition tie di aya de bo no bebrebe yi. Wanka obeye. Wodi amaw eya asodie. Enya se wanya no fofole. Wode kwagoro medamase obesakew. Ena yetie yi. Mame nti se soafo majeri. Contract ni 2 cedi waya ne 10 cedi. Meba betena kate ne so won sakew. Yes, meba beka meka wa ha se contract no document ni enkrata menye di adanse ye se majeri contract no aye so won kwaya park no eye 2 cedi waya ne 10 cedi sack him.
KT Hammond
sack
him.
Anya o beti appointment ya ko medamase o kwa chief executive officer se wase na odi weni kosi wo mu ho. Ena wo kwa akota we o kwa akopam we woni we ya aka ena bossy type of leadership omu muni pa bia amfo obi anya hwe. I don't think sasa ani o mani be repeat bio. We boss wa o ba unkofo hu a obi anwane na de na wo benya na jeri da bio wa homaso a ye besere no apam
parameda say edru hwa me no ye the petition be akoma president.
Petition me ka wa ha ma wate so wonu ha na woti.
That's all. Okay, wafake the video plus station on say NDC supporters in Bole Bamboy Ghanaians one piece oh. Also Hadia Safia Mohammed MPP National Women Organizer. Hey, there's so much I said to mom. When say good morning to Mark Jerry, the youth of Bole Bamboy should give us a break. They should pay for all that they have destroyed. They have the president. So what again? Where Simon Azaloko Agbugba yipi down. Nanya wanwa. Oma penina mukra free mukrum. Na mutum kwasese no amase mu MPA nya we. Eno na eno ezuba be no. I will urge all the appointed ministers and CEOs to put up their utmost best for Mother Ghana because the stakes are high and no arrogance, but you have to hearken to the plea of the Ghanaians. Joy will touch Ghanaians under His Excellency John Mahama, Alai Babadi Frimadina. Alasan Sese, Edifizeno Central. I'll say good morning to Mark Jerry. 3 weeks into JDM administration is perfect and so far good. The reset of Ghana is on course and Ghana will be a better place. Enokadi Frasamaica say, also President John Dramani Mahama 21 days in government is so far better than former President Akufo-Addo's 8 years. Ghanaians let have trust in JDM and will surely deliver. My greetings to Matt DJ Bro, Deputy Director of Election. And they say 3 weeks to 8 years back. With regards to Frank Asio Protozua, for Suhum constituency, yesterday he gave respect to the people of Suhum at the floor of Parliament. Suhumai, darling boy, God bless you. So the NDC tax think the state properties that they are destroying is former president's money, right? I am disappointed in JDM and NDC national executives. By the way, we the citizens are waiting for him to abolish the e-levy and betting taxes. Where's McJerry, the man who just spoke bitterly about IGP Dampari? Well, what at all was he talking about? Can he manage his room? Come to tell of managing a whole country like Ghana? He should give us a break. To me, Dampare is the best IGP ever. I'm funny, well, say good morning to you, Jerry. I agree 100% with Mr. Watson, the security analyst. The IGP has failed Ghanaians, even at Tesano Police Depot. His men couldn't control the coalition room. He is only protecting his job. The president should sack him. Possible to free Sydney. Mystic Wonder said the experienced, tried and tested President Mahama is at work, and everything points to the fact that he is ready to reset Ghana without complaining or a blame game. We have the good people of Mepe in the Tai North Tong constituency, and we are proud of Honorable Samuel Okudioto Ablakwa. We congratulate him. Well, it's a good morning, Brad Jerry. Ghana Police Service must work hard to do something about what was going on in Ghana. Bad people are walking around with guns, knives, and motorcycles, stealing people every day. Bad mannered from South Africa. Okay. MPP, you have a long way to go. So if you don't take the minority leader, Federal Markin, out, you'll be in opposition. So that kingdom come. George, are free? Tell me. When you say, good morning, my name is Ebenezer. Also, Mr. President JDM, thanks so much for fulfilling your promises within 14 days on cabinet ministers. We applaud you and believe other promises will be delivered. Greetings to Elik Plem, Akuru, go. When you say, hey, Kwame Amafo, do you think Ghanaians believe in you? Say one name. When say McJerry, Electricity Company of Ghana in November last year disconnected all prepaid meter from the system. Wait till date. I can't buy power. They promised to change my 3-phase meter. Since then, I've been trying all my best to get my light, but all effort has proven futile. I'm going to have my light today by illegal means. Kofi Annan from Medina. Hey, 3 weeks in here, no mukane no more anything. Whereas I believe all the ministers can work nice, but the sports minister there no vim cry. Okay. Zan 1 PO on a bajaba. Now, so no, also no a box wasn't any boxing.
Mr. Bejuma, I didn't know no.
That's all. That's all. I'm not much I want to say.
Me who you minia. You have a code.
I'm copando.
McJerry.
Yes.
Any minia Odame. Any sister.
Abena Frima.
I'm going to say.
That's
you have a code.
I am
interview na ye mi there.
Sir.
Mama media be roof. Because I love intellectual discourse.
Yes.
You see, politics are no many are kafia or but these are problem-solving discussions.
Yeah.
Very, very serious ones. I would say, I think Edward.
Caraway.
Yeah. You see, on a Greek sector.
Yes.
And then, when you come in the Greek sector, and Sunday, now Minister of Trade, you know, Abe
room, yeah.
Who's after also now road susu Abe room. Because Harvard question you see, these are the complexities.
Yeah.
Because when you take the agric sector alone, nyama bebre wo ho a ese obi bedi banku akra. It entails a lot onye nipa odo abro. Onye nipa owo pottery.
Yeah.
Onye nipa otunchinu. It's a whole lot of complexities. Ena nipa no susu ansana obeto eduane no edia kofie akoye amana ka se sika kura media akoto eduane no se de eduane de ni bo wo fom no. It's a total complexity. And so one of makasa anopeni nyina no me do mase. And these are the issues on the table. The Minister of Agric, the Minister of Trade, the Minister of Road, Mumien Sai, Mwejumayenya Namoto must intertwine to ensure that the citizens of this country, Betumia Biomana Kase, se de asitinum eye kakra. These are some of the issues. And now, for all these sectors to work very well, and only agriculture. For all the sectors to work very well, and only agriculture. Agriculture never spark your money now. Say currency be cost through and inflation be cost through, food inflation be bad for more. Agriculture. Do you get it right? And now, say eduane buonu ebe ba for more. Ebe na me kwan a driver no on complain ma say e kwan nyentina misusu transportation no e wosoro and the Ministry of Finance susu e kan ho because say omu yi sika ye di kra oil and fuel nti se nipa no e ko fa fuel no bra exchange rate no amma say fuel no buo no e wo forma. The drivers will complain and they'll put the charge on the what? The marketer of those foodstuffs. And then it comes to the final consumer. The distributors also didn't need a car. Now be say now food inflation now cost. Niemesre ye papa at the Ministry of Agric. And he said, Onyankopon ombwa na sika emra. Na otumiye nie okika ni nyina ena nie party no eka in the 24-hour economy. Because it is simple say, if we have money to invest in poultry farmers in this country, those containers that are docking every day at the port should bring different things rather than chicken. They should bring different things rather than chicken. Obi sorry there. Me kwa kokra chicken afro Europe and now baby edi abagana. And then you ask yourself question. So can't you rear poultry in this country? Ubisa about rice. Yes, the lands are there, Aveme and others. Why can't we invest in them? But we take appetite in importing rice from India, China, Indonesia, Thailand, and all these areas. Manti da say, ebi auko Thailanda, emuno a tough resort to say show. They go to farm. And we must actually research this nation, looking at agriculture as a very profitable venture. Sanya, Honorable Eriko Poku Kayen say it should be attractive. Yes, at least a bit of mechanized agriculture will attract the youth into that sector.
Yeah.
But se 24/7 no kita sikan no doa obedwane. And as that type of farm is equal to subsistence farming. To me fasika and doa to become a commercial farm. No, you need mechanization.
But also honorable say mechanization I can share. Yeah, fubu agona nyekro.
Yeah.
Efo no my brother.
Yeah.
Or your medical doctor.
Yeah.
Oh, United States.
Yeah.
And obeso obey food. Then so I didn't so obey vegetables.
Okay.
By this time you do abe.
Yeah.
As I'm speaking with you. When him say assassin kwa cost $120,000. Yes, assassin son a 40 acre. First one 40 na 25, but 65 acres. Was 4 plus BRC 1 your friend say 1 acre.
Yeah.
And I cost you about $120,000 only on assassin. Now a normal okra at the by normal the bedo. The other best place if you didn't work around, I just said usage in the crown a difficult the my farmers and so on be you see. One wing teaming you so. So about not so pennies. I said the be fast track because I phone so. Honorable, I cost you a lot of money.
Yes.
It was say yeah can say no. Supposing say me. But some was any swadi hunibi. But I don't have that money. I don't have what it takes.
Jeremy Darcy, and in the year 2020, year Public-Private Partnership Act. Meeting has a say no. I am looking at preparing a proposal to the Minister of Agric. Near woman say obi dinisika babe invest here. Eto maybe kranu, why do we have to be buying the land? The land owners prepare a proposal say afuma mi yenu. The benefit that will accrue from it, you have a percentage. When they agree on that percentage, that's how $120,000 it goes straight into production but not buying the land. That is what we should be looking at. Because who agrees that this 65 acres of land in Crofona Jama, this is where we need the actuarial scientists. When we need the type of researchers we are not training the brain of our children. People thought we are joking. Kodako school 1 month, Wabet 3 months. What is it going to learn? You need an actuarial science or cultural say. This 65 acres of land, you are going to get about these bags of what? Vegetables are. Which will cost this way, looking at inflation maybe in the next 6 months. So once you go into it, you have to use the bottom up approach. Say, okay, so catch on say, ebia menya about 15 bags of vegetables on this farmer. Mami me calculation say, all things being equal, mami fa 10. And then you look at your cost. How much am I going to give to the landowner? How much will the labor takes me? How much will the equipment and the chemicals that I'm going to use takes? Then we move forward with that. And say, if this farm stands continuously, every year, baby. But excuse me to say, we don't just sell it out. Let us hold the land. Let investors use the land. Let us share the profit, so that person, $60,000, and then you bank another $60,000, looking at the exigencies in terms of in cost of production. Why do we sell? The same thing should go into cocoa production areas. If you come to Oti region now, look, the whole Oti region from Likpe to Dodipepesu before moving towards Nkwanta is cocoa land. In those days, even in my hometown, Baika, Kwame Nkrumah ye bridge to the farm just to bring cocoa to the buying centers. Now, say no, Emrantia ni nyina adwane abakra. The lands are there. enkokro mo hosusunu they cannot effectively use the land because time almost started from no now mbrante no ntam ba krasa. What do we do with those lands? Unsolicited proposals should go into it. That is why I became so happy with the Minister of Agriculture said we are going to create what? Farm blocks. There should be funds available for people who can take this project through a special purpose vehicle, SPV. And no omutumi yesa Ghana will rebound in the production of cocoa. Se ukoshewa minia ebe arehu the mountains, the valley, the biayado cocoa danu. Se ni na adani kwae. And there is no plan to use this land. This is what we should look at. How do we scale up the cocoa production in this country? Now, when we are able to do this, then you see that the youth in that enclave area, one say, Honorable Erikopo, Wakasa Alpha slasher, one, Machia Edibedo slasher say no, na odo. So, Emrante no instance first can say, because you can't plow on the Rocky Mountains, on this in gravel areas like that. Inti anunu, esaudo, but you must use a bit of mechanization to bring this youth into the fold because they are there. The youths are there, a lot of them. Now, through the PPP, the landowner must know what is going to benefit every year. So he frees the land for you. We cannot be buying everything and you think you have a return on investment, which is ROI, return on investment. You can't get it. You can't make profit. Until and government must come in. Said the special purpose vehicle there should be technocrats and the managers of this project in blocks. Say agronomists, cocoa extension officers, then the administration. Is a group, and that is how we can get there. But say fanu senya no dano uba mikroma almost your mafa cocoa spraying gang minia and I want no machucha tio o machucha cocoa o ma fomu Ghana ban afomu mrante se mudia munkonko chucha cocoa na ebe dua fufuro ya chucha wi a sika kra ebe tue kuane a ya chucha ni cocoa no sika ni biamba ade no susu ya ntumi andia and I will come mikroma afi we no susu no cocoa ne bo ewo soro because of smuggling. So you see why you leave the farmer. Yes, so we must look at all these things critically. Now, Mitier Honorable Kabu, Wakasa Efa Road, and Minia Abuja, se one tie no cry, a beji nati. Look, we are doing politics with serious business. And no na Minia Kabu aya no pay. But I will not blame him. That is what is there, isn't it? Minia Agboja Okohono. Go and pick the document. Now, me want to me say, look, ever since he was appointed, on one minister of roads and highways. No, because on person on for baggage bia emfa emra vetting table no so. E just say no kwa. Suba owa onim se adi we aye di be ya mana ye no enu no no ankasa edi ko ho enye ne wu wabopo edi ato ho no e na oba befa. Now say aban bia ka kire say waye 13,000 of road no problem. And ye be hu say transition enye Agboja na edi figure no ba Agboja see the transition team no adia MPP transition team edi ba and say new roads are 673 in any Agboja na eka. Now Musi graveling of road is about 6,000 plus.
Yeah, a 600. Okay, yeah, graveling, yeah.
Graveling,
re-graveling,
yes,
regrading,
yes. Nia SSM ni Agboja and say how much does it cost to re-gravel that land, that road? That is all. We move from politics to technicalities. How much does it cost you to do what? Asphalt overlaying. How much money has come to your ministry? How much money did you use for a kilometer of road? That is the new road that 673. Then we look how you expended our money. So we must move from politics to specifics. Now you who say yes, the 100 billion now 300 billion it is a value for money debt. But if it is not a value for money debt, then we must deal with it. We must deal with it. So yes, everybody is free to do politics. But I expect the Minister for Roads, onfa figures no, onfambra, because you cannot tell me, document behind to me, can't tell me say, regraveling of road no, ever cost like new road. You can't tell me that, because you must show me specifically the items that made up that cost. And so, say a kabebrebe ababedaho. What about about 130 million Ghana cedis in 2017? SSL contractors. One tiasa interest in kwa basu is over 600 million. What is that?
Yeah. Second contract, you know, so we say when to breach of contract, you know, it incurs.
Yes, I understand. Why comes the breacher in the same year? 2017 Kenoforiata Aji templated bond $2.25 billion. Why didn't you pay this? Has the law for causing financial loss to the state still exist? Why did you do this? This is the question. Because therefore near HRS say Ebia from Accra to Tema cost about this 130 million Ghana cedis. The road caused that to be constructed, you know. Out of this 666 interest we are getting only from Accra to Tema. But if you factor this 666 million Ghana cedis, no, nanka se ekwanu everybody say Accra sa ekodua dan. We didn't get it. We only got Accra to Tema. But we are paying the cost of what? From Accra to Adan. This is negligence of duty. Negligence of duty and causing financial loss to the state. So pen and paper, Jerry, must work. The pen and paper must work. And Mini Akabo Kasano, one can't train me. Say, the new roads are also a Kwambia ni hodanu. Wambuba bakukradi. So, when new road nu, a new road bia, ne bi ni hoda, wambuba bakukradi. This is where my brother Agboja must come clear. Because obviously, Oyer new road 673. But kab wambuba baku. Wambuba say from here to here nu, a new road na kwani ho, wambuba bakukra. So we want to know. Because in his own discussion to the tail end, or kase, ubeye kwanu, you should see near our traffic pa new roads are my omuye ya ever so much traffic take that priority no, we should know them. So politics and campaign is over. We have done it. And let us take pen and paper and look at things critically, because it is so painful. But Jerry, there is one thing to mesre Ghana for. And a mesre Minia Agboja. Open all the books of this road sector. Nayehu. Bring osi or obefa stakeholders. The banks that are charging this interest, they are also in this country. They are also in this country. Some bankers no point. They don't have aeroplane to their house. Now, on my team, who calculate with the computer, calculate, and you do 30 days, na interest abanu. On my no air, the town in which you are doing business, the city, the country, is collapsing. What are you going to do? You should bring all of them to the table. The contractors must come to the table. Ghanaians must come to the table. Let us discuss these issues dispassionately so that we see the way forward. Jerry, do you know what I'll plead with Ghanaians? Senkabeya, look, this road debtor ebanu. Sayan sonwa. It would maybe bedra.
Escalate.
Too much. Because now it is becoming so scary.
Self-inflicted.
Yes.
Say yet na hona sikesi editua contractors yentua.
Na
interest
no
cost the principal.
Fanu say ye what 10 billion interest ayantua this year. Next year, ebesa akoso.
Yeah.
Ebesa akoso. So what can we do? And no na minua account. Baby akobia look at Pokwasi interchange. Ye fa ho ye ntua hwe. Minua ye fa ho ye ntua hwe. Me to me, not because NDC about power. If road tolls can help, even in the city of Accra, there should be road toll. When you go to develop well, hey,
your baby will have
5 crowns and I'll be yes,
over private car. But share Accra, and Accra you choked, and another driver CB.
Yes,
say a man of a man not to quite no was driver for your baby crown omagina.
Yes,
Obiaso quite in the private car. Like if you would allow commercial vehicles, and another say, what the private car qua? Yes, here. Our London no me yes baby Canada no more tower. Oh well baby what the car what will bet you will pay
you have
higher
Mina we need to look at these things passionately baby your minor drunu ya bet dani e kama mbia every sector you touch say no according say bofra apro so we need to come back. Say yes, sir. Who are we see your business? No, you still cash out bottom. No, at the end of the day, your business will collapse. Your business is going to collapse. Look at the practical example. Jaika for now, MPS Jaika AMI or Tema motorway runabout. I could remember very well in the year 2004. Nina me driver around that way as a marketing officer. Ube tumia jina traffic musa na baby alpha. In there. Japanese ababe buaye no udru ha no ni shi na wuko. That is what we talk about, time value for money. Time say emra wo edi ye djuma no enu na di sika bra obotom inti jare senka se ko tema habo be say 5 times today and na wuko dru runabout ho ti say dada na ujina ho be say 6 hours. Can you go even 2 times? You cannot do it.
Yeah.
Inti me the mesra Ghana for the stakeholders Mwahunientia can oforata be close Ghana for banks aye kasa. Say no, say see your fresh stakeholders baby are buying Bobusiano. You see that 70% be foreign banks. 70% no be foreign banks. And on no catch now say enyo no na take decision na ye take decision no ebi Africania, ebi Afri Nigeria, and na ebi Afri Ethiopia. Into on to me nyahushi sebi kafra ye nyansa no wo he. These are some of the issues. Today it is coming back to hurt us. So I will appeal the agro sector, the road and trade, Ministry of Trade. These are complexities we have to manage as a nation. Where we are today. But especially so the road sector, billions of cedis. Senka interchange yejito uko flower pot yejito uko Pokwasi interchange yejito uko Tema motorway runabout yejito within the inner perimeter, even the beach road of Tema to Accra unim se Tema to ewo hopanu unim se ono mufa nyama free Tema habo no omo mpese omo mfa motorway.
Okay, yes,
omo mfa beach road.
Yes,
you see, how can we sit in a country like this, sir? Sanyama Koswa, Yenhuansianu. Look, right now we have a road from community 18 to motorway. Is that not it? In Kansan Obe enter motorway kranu, there should be a toll there. So that we pay for our road. Near Yenyanu Kasa Kabo Kasafan. BOT, build, operate, and transfer. That one too is good. But we must clear all this debt. Now you have 2 minutes and for Magana for contractors. Ghanaian contractors semi who fikra mahubako enya mu nyina na be sky nyo oye ekwan wo peki peve Eastern Corridor Road papa no aye djuma uhia ufaso a eya kono oye Ghana ni obroni bianka ho ekwan ya China for ba be ye wo krom ha akoye ti se katikake ufaso kakra na wai ekwan no ti se katikake ufa no so o se katikake da ho na edi Odi faso kakra na hwe. Benza na bubu. sa kwaya na yakobo busia tieo yakobo busia ama China for abeye kwan katikeke di ama yen ena kwan no asase ekwan no kura be se ya sika ya bobusia kura no yenya ntua wieye nti ya bedani eka yedika editu ekaso udika editu ekaso indesa gboja be ye kwan bi a this yakobo busia why should it be so? Because road fan we ni nyina no ya preprom nyina. And so I am appealing to Ghanaians. Me can say more being criticizing NDC. But who criticizes you must sit back and say, oh, nipa who criticizing enye bia ejuma no oye. We criticize Nanado because of this some of these things are ye binu ye hu but ye can MPP for say ye boa in den wenu na apie ba. Onko hwe books mu say Mahama eja akonja no manu in 2016 na road sector debt na yesen in there ono na nado aircon road sector bill no na yesen. That is why you make comparisons. Yeko energy sector na Mahama kono waye jinama honde atu hwa magana MPP for the dinner terms say excess capacity take up pay efa here for him efa sro fa from efa to kromu fa motium weni nyina ya kasa mumu kono edie na mudi ja Ghana for e kire say mata free this excess capacity unsa to the year 2022 from 2017 that was what Mahama left for you na mudi amu kono ye ka say mudia nu 5 hours musi yebua na 1 week 1 week na Mahama jama Mahama okonu wajai 1 week amamu ena a political party to meet na sisa etwantro sa akosi se atuabo gas kura Mahama ya yenya gas no mudi gas no muntua the level of production say 100% say above from by 30% aka 70% muda suti husa. What creativity have you brought? But I am praying Jerry Namika last say no matter what let us pray for the nominees appointees Mahama eyomu kwabnaka sembi waha say enye say ukotwa Ghana cake nu dia hye obotomu ba fabua oman ma Ghana for enya hoto because they say one say me ba o ka say ona ma appointment no omusi omu ye link government enya sa to do what? To ensure say we manage the limited resources yewo by appointment there as I said by enya sa me BP no say na man for frame ni Jerry na nya program is me from your cover that the ya person today dey na meye Jerry dey na meye we ni bibia je amejuma mi ya ni do get right but I'm sure on the way of my working Mesha Yesu Mesha Yesu but coming back no dear Ghana is at a position we all need to put our heads together and work hard mesre MPP for no omo person sorry in term dodo but honorable Kabuka say oh let us give them some time yempe honeymoon but let us set our government and see how things will move because any problem any problem that lures its heads the government jump in and solve it. It is like fighting the fire now, but we must put a system in place. All system in this country has been what? Boxed up by Nanado's government. Send all the appointment, send all the monitoring, send all the fighting the corruption. When Nanado he's a human being. But me catch say Adiba kwa Nanado ya ni say at least Eastern Corridor Road no waye bia mami osu minim say okrom no waye bibi
no yeah but me krom driving kwan there and I driving internal roads and so
waye so enya ni nyina na wanya no yie ba ne ha dwini say sikapudu a oji ye eni adwuma a oye no na abobra. That is the problem because I said that aside doing politics on the campaign trail and all these things there is a need for critical analysis. Some of us were doing politics then, but we are also adding critical analysis to it. Now, the chicken have come home to roost. Inti mesre, me katre NDC for appointees ni na. Say, first, dan Yankupa say, dan Mahama say, but make sure you don't just rush to the officer. Usu pentema yejuma. Take inventory of whatever has happened in that office. Because me mpese, or chinanu, edu 2028 campaign, million people nichi, ubwa, nukra, ubwa, mini awu seme. The inventory you have taken, say minister no, chief executive no, akokranu, safrenu. This one, it is not the state that is calling him. Frenu say, mi bayenu, we na mi hu. Say, uwa jinchira chire, say uni jinchira, sign the document, say, nyamikanu nukre. Then going forward, that is what we are going to use to mark you or to compare and contrast. So we are pleading with all Ghanaians, let us come together. Those who are burning offices or demonstrating because their people have not gotten appointed. Yes, and who Omashi constituency office, who central. Please, Ajobreo. Positions no. Yawo GDS and Sanye, Nininan Sanye, a bit as ho, and I'm sure at an appropriate time, send His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, ye Jumana Ghana for Egusu Bonabaso, or Nipa Watinunu, and our panunu, or experience, or say no, I think we are moving in the right direction. Minim say ya, but Muma Ajobreo, Emra, na Enye Juma, so that we can move on to solve the problems for which the teeming Ghanaians have given us this magnitude of vote. Let us work to satisfy them. The quantum of vote is the quantum of problems we have to solve. That is what should be at the back of our mind. And that is what I'm pleading from everybody. All the NDC people, please, we are very sure that in our way to the farm, will meet Jesus Christ. Yes, no dear. Essential of
yes, no baba. Okay. Right, I need 100.90 honorable Daniel Kwesiashama and a Kano. Honorable was sports minister. Kofi Adams.
Yes.
Offer.
So I say congratulations to my brother.
But the sports ministry also there. Debia Mekai Papa ya. Papa na President Kofo pound na ne way yira no Alajinuza
no nya Alajinuza
PNC PNC
Minister for Sports no?
Yes ono na me interview no our platform no say hey sports ministry mafia for war papa we do rag with Adams say na need down
me Nedi can say me congratulate him for him being chosen among the multitudes of Ghanaians. 33 million and near Ewomini say I want him to adopt Honorable Agboja's mentality. Say he doesn't want to go there with the baggage of the ministry. Baby Otin then on Tinasi. Na onhwe ompa obinumu ana empenyifo bi no mu advice no say na Ghana for esia kasa efas sports hu ewo Ghana efhwe bebia football Black Stars Satellites Starlets omunyina say yenti omunka bio no you ask yourself and you seek advice say how are we going to move forward say enije Besa Abagana. The place is a very, should I say, hot room or hot seat. But mi wajidi say ube to me aye. Nienti a aye hot ni say. Yedi ya fufu ami. Yedi ya kenke ami. Yedi ya biti ami ewie. Yesi Ghana Black Star eko bobola. Ubia di ni idea eko shebol no. Say Ghana winner, they will clap for you. But ulu super wuna we obienti a Ghana Black Stars no entumi an wini. inti mesre abutre nyankopon omma onyansa na ufatina ho na wona omuye mafia susu no misremu se kra no Ghana no ye dika Ghana ye kaman inti udi mafia ediko ho a embua ubia muma embua no na ye recruit Ghana fo enye nipa minim se yo me faase onu susu betumi abo enda bi recruit from schools no mu ball ma Ghana ma obieni agi enya football susu emba aka ho ena other sports no won say hockey ni we ni nyina ye nti omunka biom boxing ni we ni nyina ye nti omunka biom table tennis volley ni we ni nyina ye nti but you will see that even at the Olympic Games no all those sporting events no ewo ho but ye dey practice wa ha swimming I don't know whether we have any swimming
and there woman yo hey
sports conditions say wo ho a o ma renovate a that is fine. Let us look at how we can use all the sporting activities in this country. Ebebua say emrantie ni bebunu ni beji ewo oman because that could also serve as a source of employment. Because some people have talent that they have to exhibit to enhance or to have a livelihood. And so let us look at it in that with that eye say yebeye ejuma no amana boa obia.
Okay.
Ministers ni nyina munye ejuma no na embua Ghana. Ghana should become the Ghana Black Star of Africa again through you people. And I'm what Jide Paso said, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Ne wapa mu. Muni no beye ejuma. Emma wontu bia emma. Ye pamucho ye communicators no. Ebe mieni wo pa se ebe ti se ena mu si we atwi sika na fa ha se ena we atwi intimi ba Jerishua na Jerry the topic no to ho na asemi techre ma ye dudu o manu se mi ntumi hu ne meka mi pamucho mumma enu empire mumma enu empire na mi bedru ha ne meka kire Jerry ni se oh one who say minister we say one who say unprecedented na ye can unprecedented and unprecedented what Ghanaians should not tolerate. And he said you should match. And he said, you borrow much and you deliver less. You should match your borrowing with the project on the ground. Ye di meter to swa na fa na eventually aka say apike enye sa na ekanu na apike. So these are adenu na apike. The money you have borrowed and the project delivered on the ground apike. That is what we should look at critically. And that was why we were talking. And a Ghana for ATM Paibo at Tuabana Tia MPP. Says Sema APA Waha Anka Yedia ye campaign cranu in case seba myanya be say 20% because nanado ne scorecard no e na yedia hye ba omyansemu enye ba omya pese o ne scorecard na ne yedia yedia hye ne nsa say onu His Excellency former Vice President Baumia onu na ebua nanado omudi ntro edia giye sika dia enunti na ni votes no aba from sa nka 20% kra no nanka eye charitable kra because what you are seeing today is not nice at all.
Okay, high need 100.9 ma meju wadwe nche numbers no nyina ye adwuma mienu no 0302257902 0302257902 and 0302243540 0302243540 Ghana Mutiesunia me bacho macho
me joso me samagder mpacho wonso ho te sen
nyame adoba ko Sule
oh wa modini yi
Mr. Sule no krasa
me tase na me chia onabo ashama ka me se onyankopon eyi ne fra do mu kwado me sure so say media so enam kwanso na me chia me amda po na bufu so ampo na nampim ana tu so ja jo ashama de bia wo bia nyame ka ho ni ta ke so da me kwado nya odi bewo na opani na mo buta ni bi no eye Malam Isa
Malam Isa mo me that's it
former minister you see we so NDC minister wa be join NDC
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Two, now more cast a swimming pool. Don't forget to say maybe a cathedral no. He is, you know, I want to say I want to hear the swimming pool.
You.
I want to money swimming, me train you on here, no so. Now more that can't listen. Open the we have manager me. Let's say my family say, my Jerry. It's the MPP for no more claim say. Oh my, you quite 11,000 kilometers, 11,000 kilometers. No, it's not such a time you win a yellow quick. Obra, I'm a quarter with you, I'm a papa. My Jerry, I don't know. So winning my Timarin area, winning my Timarin area.
There be a holiday.
Oh, who feel what now?
Oh, okay. I make 11 sort of minimum. Okay.
I think I'm so one year woman. Anna Quabbing, a one I'm papa.
Yeah, what do you mean?
Bang ut bomber, a coin be at the baby fanso. Me say a woman to a team of coin, a one and me call do me tipper truck, and as a tractor, a coffin me. Edinburgh crime. Who be the time or quarter a one hour go quota? O quachi marinare. A crabia, a cry, a woman, and no map three. A one nana me colodunia, me the tractor, a one another go quota. Meanwhile, yet a quanya. Sabi you cocoa crab first one can you why and nothing crab me your quiet better now. That one way in the winter. Nothing my quiet sense. I you who grow into Tim McQueen now who quota and one award year catch 11,000 kilometers. Meanwhile, the camera and that one now. Master said the threat about with it. Baby, be a scanner for Shibia Omanium and I'm done with you. Your best sitak. Ghana sitak, Ghana College of Education. And paying for your best and quality to see your best. You new minister for education. Me assure so no better what I getting. I'm a new pen on Masaka.
Okay.
Go back to school. No one tell your man.
Better say, pa. Beba so much. Yes, sir. Young boy.
I don't want to make a zebra from Coveria.
Yo,
none of the advantage I can now mention what you might for. Now, mention Jeff General Secretary and Dr. Sio Japon, Zoom Lion Boss or Bogma Papa, and I had Safia Mohammed for National Women Organizer. Yo, Jamaican say, Yadia Diakonama NDC for 4 years. Say, Wamubu man, my say, ya, quine, Tia, quine. Moon Edrum, Maya Modi. Mukuya, Mutia Quine, Jessica Bibri. Yeah, kwani yendimi anya kwandi kwanama ekamba muntu afina munya akazakaza no na akazakaza yemfa mpuntuma wodi aje munya juma sese mosi ejuma kwazo uyesisimu nkrofo apontisi ni ade die na munya akazakaza na mukazakaza no na emwa yen emma Ghana nkoso wodi aje promise yenyina ye hwe ni mu se mo for feeling nyina ma ye udi 4 years time no na Omani who said, Mona, Mogia, Mugitima, and the Ashamunsa, and the Aquandi, be papa, and the Mama Mosomon Twasso, Namunia Kazakata, Bene, the Amukaka Cano. Says the man who said, President Mama, prayers not on Bobo, them said, one more yasho too. On the MPD, we have a man. You were Mema or says only yasho to baby Omadi. I didn't know and I'm on the Kofi Adams, the Benkata Board of Krakow. Yes, sports minister.
Now, okay, sports minister, I do go your boy.
And this is your board, me, who the park in that.
Catch him with us. Demo. Okay, maybe I remember, over Pratua. Go all right. Yes, sir.
Patrol Polo man from Dodua.
Yo,
Majeri, that was a papa.
No, sir, that's
also the beer me friend you are missing. Ghana for before election, no, I'm saying, oh, young punish him to get my said, Bear. Yansa, next time you talk about Mamma, who will respect Ghana for your Casamu Betty. Yet I want to say, Pamoya, dear. Mr. Shaman, I mean, what we are the pa, yet I'm on the top, but BBO could be a follow pa, and I mean, show Catapa, and I mean, show. Now, the woman says, after Namaba, and the person in the embassy see. Muna would say, one, also more Casabi brain said. And before mismanagement a lot of things. What I say, and the Muna would say, road sector say, Mufre Minister Nombra, Musum away, Yaye, Mufu Munina one by one.
because we need a wicked government here. Obi odi Ghana sike biara. So mu to me jimanya. And there, afibo mu betire mu afibo. But some mu bana so mu kata nyama so a. Say me no kata Ghana form for corruption bi mu. Nti esremu mu nyeduma ni je se de be ya. Because say no majority. What I say, mamu hu bia mobo obi di sika mu fara mu china so. Omo mu di gold tete what TV so omo mu to galam say omo mu ye Ghana sika. Wow, never be sisi. Mo na mo kan ye enti mo bomo dia mahama so onya botre on prime minister bia baako obi ababu na ko ntache Ghana fo be 1 year dia mo pa ye sa adwuma no ya me nhira mo
be da se be ba cho me mo ache yes sir
abom ni dai
yakopandom
da ba dia se mo so nyina ye ho asiapa be che ono abom america no ho pa na me fa enchawo ma ewa ni o kan na Greater Accra Magdalene omo ye omo start on Monday no am say by Friday no mo we na tema we sponsor airport I said Christian na omo airport mo person na ye bon price bibia be koye ye ni o kan ono so kan ho awoko na doctor ono obi be obi ya chia no I think say the mama obe reward some panyifo no because o ye technical men na practical men na ye some panyifo no omo Magari, ya chama bako pete madu o ashama. Magari, MPP waho, ye me ye dede sani ye me niane kan ye no. Ye dede. Na stade mpanyinfo se panyina wonti afutuo no, ono we ntakrabo na ni abo. MPP ade edi o munya no munti afutuo. Ye nyina ye ewo kurom ha ye hu sade na MPP fo ye no. Ne ye kokape no mu di atem. Politics na ye no sabi ye nya o man tikiro. Ye ton ade ne ye ton 1 cedi a MPP ni NDC ni kwa ye nkata wo ye MPP ni ye beton se ama o hwemi madwuma na me ye Magari ne ye produce akuku intensive e ya aluminium adwuma by 2022 no ne ye ton 38,000 per ton ene me no kata e ye 78,000 ade na 1 ton ye 38,000 no ubi so bia o ya aluminium adwuma o be ka kire o ene 78,000 per ton. It is a person that me to 2 ton and auto 1 ton pe. It's a juma no sabi who ni management say kwa na juma no enwu. Because they na do be to juma e foka, they na do be to near ma electricity ni ade what be mo. E juma ni be gu. Tani e mani nyina mpanyifo kan ye. Na do ye discuss ekotu amana say ekosi cathedral. Cathedral no ko European kan na America mo no mu musika kwa. E be di 10 years and e be di 20 years 15 years. Enya 1 year enya 4 years ajuma. O planning ahead na asofo na ebu anka kakra o shenyame bote o form antika e be wie ni say so enti na MPP no eduru ba bi na kata na o man kata kwa na o ye campaign dia o mo ho
okay medan pa mache
right
yes sir
o ya me asu brenka
encounts
na na chibu asi akuno asakaka this year Mike Erika mama mabaso na me chebe jafori na na me chebe ura kwa braba mpa yebua incoming national chairman Mike Honorable Safia Mohammed yewura gasikodi ya nyankopon se na djuma pa obeye ma MPP amre du se MPP ye pempani fua o manimu wanyam na mu yedo mu di party na nimu na yetimi kasa ki MPP fo mu di yaw ali Ghana fo o ma mi sidiem ana ni ali sika wa ma ya tete na frano wa fo mu nyina ko gina ko esi ba se we to mama ye de du ba se ne sta o sha su wonye ejuma no na Ghana fo ho toro free the case no na na go go for the bar ano ma ti sa ankora no e gari no mo di wo school ho esi ba se Ghana fo awu fo a mo se na no free the case wo de ba nya no mo nya demonstration
okay
Mike Oyaku po se mo ina
that's it beba cho me fa di odi ai mache beba cho mache o my fa next one me mo ache
we so for me do me me nti mo den afama ajia Safia Mohammed na me chagin na secretary papa Justin Fonkodia na ebe Ghana mabu after na yimfin ade na ekọ so ewo boaso na abusuafo su ye kra no mani sentiti o mo kese ho mu dom nti so dogo bi mabe na se wo pe bi pepe ni nchen a agisa wo ye tutwa samana agisa wo ko she party officer na ebe se NDC mpenifo President Mahama open the 90 form na se no mo kaka ko yie ene wana da ko da Jubilee House no mo ka se wa mo position je onzo mba betweja atom omano ye titiri ni ye paninkanko intade o ma yenye itakwanye maintenance no samo se na yekufiska wa hini asane ba BCC inte bisre amai mu penifo so mu to mu 90 for my GPS trawo bo modia na chisanko fo ni na eninti na de banwa ne che wonsa no na so wo ye di na won kasa de a ene na ye koya na sa ye bae menim se MB before de na mahwiegu ne mpenifo no beboa ame ya trase ne ahye nyema yi se wo ba for election se ye nto abama o asepeni a wanga se no be steady ebi se omo mbeto abano so omo ye card so mbe yi peni obetimi aboa obetie graduate before asem so ne be ya obetimi de partner aba for 2028 and se woni so wutimi nya adwuma ne dia mesrao e ma ho kwa so ba beji position magari woni nya me nya adwuma
me da say me fa last caller mache
Eja openi
baje tio
if I shall come I don't work in your denta Yanko Ponsha, one of the producers. Oh, and I'm paying here, can I say, sports ministry minister now, you know, alcohol, Mr. Kofi Adams. Yes, and he said, on fan and 90 from on saying Yanko Pon, Yansan in the Musu, now on fan occupies our office. So if you say, you share Brazil, now Brazil and you be and your mind be and so Brazil, if we say, ball, football, and I say sports, and I ball mine. And then Brazil Gina Bia Ejina I can see balls so and unti Ghana so young moment na use sports and fama yen sports na Emma and Melbourne ejuma enye if you say the more industry no efa in sport boxing other disciplines na ka ho the nipa no enya youth nya e ho wura e be ma ejuma ba ti say yem penifo say ya papa ketukwaku waya kinti treaty ontie afutuo nya ebeka bia no ontie obi ana ye no open na Ghana ball any sports asay enti me di afutuo ma NDC aban ne ya papa Kofi Adam say omo nhwe na omo moa na Ghana ense samfa into mampafia
that's it ehana afrefo ni nyina mede mo se ya do bibia se mo am text yeso ya damase mo am share Facebook and YouTube ya damase amiko bibia honorable well, last comment.
For me, last comment, say me that Ghana phone in na and Mr. Fred NDC for say, utie ne Ghana eka obibia ye pound fa odo ene odin na emfanye ejuma. Mani wa utrim say, say Ghana ni bia o Ghana no. Even one of more man. Omo ejuma enye yie unim se obi tumi faska mani ni nua e organa se onfanye ade be manu eza ze ono onye ejuma bia nti no ba ho a sa aso no sika no na wadi ni nyina ne nua bakra oni nu be sa ko. Let every Ghanaian feel is part of this country. Omo ejuma omo akoniaba light in some honorable Jinapo Miss Ramo Mushe light in some light in Nehoa a Juma Neho. Let us take a critical look at that. Honorable Eric Opoku Mr. Onyankupon say Omchremu baby ambenyaska Agric Nehoa bibia jija inti senia usika ye na 24-hour economy so wono mumma yen hihye ejuma no MPT ye enye say about one side of the country even though we know there are areas that eduani bia na ejuma betumi akoso yes but yen spread the cake no if every Ghanaian in all the corners of this country if you say onususu participate and ejuma oye no ɛbɛba mfa so a for example to say schools feeding sɛnea say yɛbɛ decentralizing no the farmers in those catchment area should be part of the production process nea obetumi anya access to soft loans let it be nea aban betumi edi bibi edi aboɔ mo a let it be production me papa will be brave but nea odi control ye nyina ne say was having a lot of food in the house odi mi a obi nea wo hye pieto kora obetumi ada be sori anopa na wo edindinde wo sa kwafo though times have changed but food is the source or the catalyst of all things. Say inflation be cause through a beba form exchange rate be say import duties be say ni na duani any niyama ye use. Let us focus on Ghana, our soil, and produce so that the importation ebeba form untumi importi niyama uko te mahabo se kra eyadru nungwawi containers nkwa containers ahụ ni nyina no import no susu no ma Ghana cedi no entumi enya honde nea yebetumi a produce no mumma ye reduce the importation na nea yentumi produce no na yen hu senia yebeye ba enkofa se time bia se Burkina tomato se obeka mao but then ye importi tomato paste every Italy ni wenu edi gu konkomu sa value chain na employ mbrantie no akaka wo Italy o ehọ na akoka ye de we are just consumers enunti na ye nye djuma emma mbrantie so akomoda and part of adan watermelon baby ebetumi produce ni nyina no let us find simple way tractor baako ebetumi awo one area any plow aye juma fefefe e di ama one farm block inti say you be say 100 tractors you pity omu in the regions or areas you betumi di aye juma no let us do so na yembua agriculture na obia nye ejuma bi enye from agricultural and the raw materials we move to industrialization and that is how it should be madam wase
honorable say that sanope and then honorable Daniel Kwesi Asiama and now no kwane bai ayipia ma no bai pia okay me do bibia you kwajo da me ado me producer me that same na aye abena frame abankro ye social media administrator na na outsafo ye gu so abom paye the tower chairman spirit recovery Kwesi Abuaje the darling boy my supervisor Dr. Father said na executive producer na me general manager Kennedy Asante said ono na obuamia omobuamia di jumedi ya de bro 100.9 tiaway. Okay, I'm about to do my daily on Wednesday. It will not make all the entertainment GH on the platform of the Bible. Yes, sorry, I come. Eh, I'm couple pa Yebessia. Hey, on China on the morning show. Adi kaka cho say me pa show shop adwuma bi apel no ndo wa adwuma as a shop attendant. Uyo bi a wonfie na between 19 and 26 years. Friend number was 0244 251 201 0244 251 201. I know be adwuma shop attendant. Enya me pebe say hia Yakopon ko bibia o ma ho ban ye. You may be a you be God bless you.